for the evidence. And now for some questions. Really appreciate your participating promptly.
Like this.
Your engagement. And with that, I want to begin our program today. If you haven't registered, our secretary will bring the register. They'll go around. Please make sure that you register and we have your details because we do want to keep in touch. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Professor Mpile Markwe, who's the Executive Dean of the College of Education. Prof. Markwe, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for coming in this nice and early morning event, the G20 side event that UNISA is hosting, and I would like to thank Professor Hasina and Dr. Pala for bringing this gathering together, the gathering of like-minded people, the gathering that feels that the children are at the center and the children are what we need to develop. Thank you so much, colleagues, for this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Our esteemed guests, thank you for coming. And as I greeted you this morning, I said, thank you for bringing the rain. In Ireland, it rains all the time. So they packaged their little rain with, and then they came to us. In this arid country, rain is very important. In fact, when we greet, we even say pula. When anything ends, we always call out pula, because pula means rain, let it come. And when we say pula, they all say let it come, haini. So this is very important for us. And we also have, rain has a lot of significance in an African culture. It's about food, it's about animals, it's about a whole lot of things. It's about livelihood. So water for us is very sacred. And climate change now is playing chaos in these countries. And we feel it because water is an important component of it. So thank you so much for bringing the rain. We will invite you more often. As I welcome my guests, the guests of this event, Professor Martin Eben from Dublin City University. I know they call it Dublin City University, yeah. Dublin City University. Mr. Austin Gormley, the Ambassador of Ireland to South Africa. Mr. Gormley will be working with you very closely. But now that you have introduced yourself, we will be knocking at your door very. We also have Ndade Gavin Daka from African Early Childhood Network. Thank you so much, and you are most welcome. And all the guests that are here with us, they are really, really warmly welcomed. Thank you so much for making the time. And I know you are here for the G20, the proper stuff, but this is much, much proper because we are looking at you. We are talking to you. You are not just a number in a big crowd. You are here to make a difference. Thank you. And on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of South Africa, Professor Lenkabula, it's a privilege and heartfelt joy to welcome you all to this event, this side event, this G20 side event that focuses on early childhood. What a fitting setting for this deep reflection during this time, bold dialogue and shared purpose. We gather not just as individuals from various institutions, but we are gathering here as a collective, people who are concerned about our children, people who are concerned about the education of a child. We are gathered here as NAS, and all that we are doing here is to reimagine the future of education together, the future of early childhood together. I'm not going to talk about the challenges of early childhood. There are experts in the field who will do that, but all I needed to do is just to mention that early childhood, there's a big need in our context for early childhood. And I'm also welcoming you to the University of the Land, the university that is 152 years old, and I know in your context, 152 years old is young, but we are the oldest university in South Africa and in the continent, and we are, I call it the mother of all distance education institutions in the world, because we are the first to offer distance education institution at the university level in 1946. And in 1873, we were created as an examining body. So our role and our footprint is everywhere else in the world. So we are also a grandmother of all the universities in this country. We are the first university in this country. So we are really proud to be members, to be those people who were the first to do a lot of things. And having said that about our university, about being the oldest university, about being the University of the Land, because it carries the name of the country, we are also part of that university. The College of Education is one of the 10 colleges in the University of South Africa, and the College of Education is the largest as well in terms of the numbers of students that we have. We have more than close to 90,000 students in the College of Education, and we produce more than a third of teachers in this country. So if you get into any gathering, even the G20 where you go to, almost any South African who is either has had connection with UNISA through the teacher who taught them, through themselves going through this university. So we stand proud by saying we have produced people of different careers in this country. And as you know, that teaching also is a mother of all profession. They start with us before they become engineers, doctors, whatever that you name it. So we are very proud today to look at where it begins, to look at the child. The first 5 years of a human being's life is critical. And this is the first 5 years that we have neglected in the education space. And we have, well, I grew up, when I grew up, I was raised by my grandmother. So grandmothers looked after us. It was during the time when grandmothers played a critical role in educating us. But as things changed, grandmothers became more and more distant. Not of their own doing, but just life changes. And that's why we find ourselves in this critical moment where we need to be able to open doors, as it is our slogan, in shaping futures for humanity. The University of South Africa has opened doors for many years for those who were denied access in the system, by the system of exclusion throughout. This is one university that did not have the closed system that every other institution in this country. You couldn't get in. It was all about race. It was either you are either black or white, and this is where you belong. But this university has opened its doors, and today we continue to do so through innovative pedagogy, digital infrastructure, and a firm commitment to excellence grounded in social justice. We are for restorative justice, to restore what has been stolen, to restore what has been lost. And because of that, we want to start with the young ones that are going to be adults in 2050. So today, as we gather and reimagine, we need to start by reimagining this child who's going to be an adult in 2050, not even in 2030. And the world that they will be operating in, and the teacher that we expect this child to have. Because if we produce teachers for today, then we are losing a point. We need to start reimagining teachers who are going to be teaching those kids who will be adult in 2050, 2060. Some of us won't be around to see that. But that's the impact of a teacher. So colleagues, let's just come together today and begin to discuss all these matters, and hope that as we live here with partnerships that will endure, with ideas that will grow, and with renewed commitment to building education systems that are relevant not only for today, but for the future that we aspire for. Thank you, colleagues, and enjoy the side event.
Thank you so much for that, our Executive Dean, Professor Mpina Markwe. Thank you for reminding us what our purpose and our mission is. And, you know, this is very apt that we have the T20. We are in the space of thought leadership that allows for engagement to be carried to the G20. So it's a very critical space that allows you to think and think differently. So the templates, the standardizations, and the kinds of things that makes us normative is under erasure. And what we'd like to do today is to unpick some of the threads that can influence our decision makers in the policy realm to take some of our bits forward. And with that, we come to the next bit, which is a formal introduction. So I'm going to do a little bit of it, and then quickly Dr. Paula will do something, and then we'll go to Prof. Matthias Urban, who will introduce the Ambassador of Ireland to South Africa. In terms of the introductory remarks, what I'd like to say is, and what I'd like you to refer to, is your program that has the first page. In the first page, we very boldly set out the aims of the event today. And they are to centralize early childhood care, development, and education. And what we want to do is to be impactful, to be influential, to make these aims matters. And therefore our group, a whole lot of us, came together, and these are the kinds of things that we are aiming at from the vantage point of this side event. To look at early childhood policy in overall strategic the policy environment in the G20. So don't forget us. If we're invisible, we have to make ourselves visible. And then to link it to influential frameworks and strategies, and look at the challenges of multilateralism, which is becoming ever more important in the stage of polycrisis, shocks, and stresses that come one after the other without time for recovery. And then we would like to introduce, from our work based on evidence, the key messages, the analyses, and policy recommendations which were outlined in our 2025 policy brief accepted at the T20 and published already. So you can go to the website and it's there. And then to recap on ECD policy recommendations since 2018 and the reception and the impact to date. So it's not just a talk show, it's making a difference where it matters. And then to discuss a possible roadmap based on our thinking of how we might take ECD forward in the very troubling period towards the SDGs and post-SDGs. So we're really looking at this in terms of a multi-level complexity. All right? Complexity is not a noise in a system. It is meant to be engaged with. And with that, I'm going to introduce you now to our Chair of Department, Dr. T.A. Parla. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Program Director, Prof. Ibrahim. Good morning. Dumela. Sanbonai. I can't lose this one, miss this one. My director will not be happy. Macheroni. Okay. Ms. Program Director, I'm not going to say the names, but please allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established in the interest of time. Distinguished guests, college management, esteemed colleagues, funders, partners, everyone joining us online, a very good morning again. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you and to be part of this prestigious policy briefing event titled Early Childhood Care and Education, a key pillar of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Today, we affirm the vital role of early childhood care and education as a cornerstone for resilience and equitable societies. Within the context of global challenges, the frameworks of G20, T20, and the Sustainable Development Goals, it is crucial that early childhood development, more especially early childhood care and education, remains the central to our policy agendas, as it is the fundamental or the foundation of social solidarity, equity, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to reiterate the aims of this event as they have already been mentioned and shared with us. But what I would like to emphasize and believe is that this event will offer fresh analysis and targeted recommendations to overcome persistent inequalities and emerging challenges facing by young children and their families worldwide. Furthermore, I also believe that this event will enable us to create a roadmap that emphasizes collaboration, inclusivity, and sustainable investment, ensuring that no child is left behind in the years to come. Distinguished guests, college management, esteemed colleagues, and everyone here, I take pride in highlighting that the Department of Early Childhood Education and Development at UNISA is one of the largest departments in this vital field. We are the first university and the first department to offer the diploma in early childhood education. And next year will be our first cohort. We are deeply committed to driving transformative changes. We prepare future educators and leaders who are grounded in research, innovation, and advocacy. Our department actively engage with communities, policymakers, and global partners to advance evidence-based policies and practices that promotes inclusive, high-quality early education. To us, education is more than a profession. It is a fundamental right and a powerful tool for social equity and sustainability. As a result, hosting this prestigious event, co-funded by the Irish Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, will enable us to advance our departmental vision and, most importantly, to carry out our university vision of becoming an African university that shapes futures in the service of humanity. As I close and as we are beginning to engage, I would like to leave you with the powerful words, I think all of us, we know those words, from our late Nelson Mandela, which summarize the spirit of our mission today. I quote, open quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," close quote. These profound words remind us that investing in early childhood care and education equips future generations with the tools to transform societies, break silence of poverty, and build a better world. Let us carry this vision forward as we engage with today's policy dialogue and collaboration efforts. Together, through solidarity, equity, and sustainability, we can ensure that every child flourishes and every society thrives. I thank you.
Thank you so much for the warm words of wisdom, right, direct from the heart. Yes, and UNISA is a place to be. So if you're not in part of the community of practice, please do join. The space is open. It is now my pleasure to call on the stage Professor Matthias Urban, whom I'll introduce fully in the next bit. But Professor Matthias will be introducing our Ambassador of Ireland to South Africa, Mr. Austin Gormley. So Prof. Matthias Urban.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here today to see you join us here in this discussion, in this event to focus on early childhood development, early childhood education, early childhood care in the local, regional, and a global stage. And I'm particularly proud of our collaboration with UNISA and Professor Hasina for many, many years. I'm not going to take much time in terms of introduction, but I would like to say a few words before I hand over to Mr. Austin Gormley, the Ambassador of Ireland to South Africa. It is a very special framing of an event focusing on early childhood to actually place it in the context of global policy development. The G20, the Group of 20, and the engagement groups around it, and around them, the T20. I'm going to talk more about that in a little while. Because if we're serious about promoting systems that work in support of young children, their families and communities, we have to step out of our comfort zone as early childhood educators and engage with wider policy contexts where we talk finance, where we talk taxation, where we talk regulation, where we talk systems that actually work in terms of more just and more equitable outcomes for all. So I'm particularly grateful, and I want to mention that, for the attention we had from the Irish Department for Foreign Affairs and Trade, who made this event possible together with the host institution. I'm particularly grateful for the conversations we had with Patrick Pironi and the conversations we had with Siobhan Miley from the G20 Sherpa team, who made all this possible. And I'm extremely grateful for Mr. Orson Gormley, Ambassador to South Africa, for finding the time to speak to us today, to welcome us, and to address the opening of this event. Austin, please.
Tuberla, Dumalan, Legai, Sani Bonani. In fact, in Ireland we have 99 words for rain and 1 word for sun. So that gives you a sense of the balance, as the professor has said. Listen, it's wonderful to be with you this morning, and thank you for the warm welcome to UNISA. Particular thanks to Professor McCoy, Executive Dean of the College of Education, to Professor Ibrahim as well, and to Dr. Pala for the excellent speeches and the words, the warm words. We really appreciated and feel, as I say, the warmth of the African welcome in one of the largest African university, as you say, and the oldest. So it's my first time to address you at UNISA, so I'm particularly privileged this morning. Privileged also because this is a special occasion in the run-up to the G20 Leaders Summit, which is taking place, as you know, at the weekend. And in advance of the summit, your President Ramaphosa visited Ireland on the 8th of October and met our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, Micheál Martin. I don't think I'm betraying any confidences by saying they spent the first 10 to 15 minutes talking about education. And our Prime Minister is a former teacher himself. So I think we have permission from the top, Professor, to engage on the issue of teacher education, early childhood education. And I look forward to doing that with you in future. I want to also just mention that, of course, UNESCO are important to this collaboration, and this is very much a global network and collaboration. I wanted to extend particular thanks to Professor Matthias Urban of Dublin City University for bringing focus to this important area. Also to Carolina Sembombi, sorry if I messed up your name there, Carolina, but also travelled from Dublin. And as mentioned, Patrick Pironi, the good-looking guy from the Department of Foreign Affairs. Do you want to give a wave, Patrick, there? Yeah. So Patrick has, the Department of Foreign Affairs are delighted to co-fund this event today. We, as Ireland, are delighted to be and honoured to be a guest country under South Africa's G20 presidency. It's a warm testament to the bilateral relationship between the two countries, but also I think we like to think it's also a reflection of Ireland's contribution over the decades to African development and African solutions to African problems. So this is a historic G20, the first time Africa is at the helm of it, and we very much support the presidency priorities and themes, sustainability and solidarity among them. It is also an important opportunity for Ireland to contribute to a conversation on global challenges. The presidency, South African presidency, is rightly focused, in our view, as I say, on building a more equal, sustainable and united world. While the multilateral system is certainly not perfect, international cooperation is essential if we're to address the many global challenges before us. And Ireland, again, is a small, open, traded economy with a strong global outlook. We emphasise the need for more inclusive decision-making in global fora. And the perspective of small and highly networked economies, we would argue, is vital. We've definitely thoroughly enjoyed being part of the G20 this year. We've had 12 ministers from Ireland across to South Africa so far, and the Prime Minister about to arrive, as I say. South Africa has never had more exposure in Ireland, and I can tell you it's selling itself in terms of the buzz in Dublin about the potential and the dynamic of this country, notwithstanding the challenges. As you know, the G20's engagement groups play a key role in defining joint positions in the G20 agenda, topics within their independent dialogue processes. Therefore, we're particularly grateful for the invitation to join you today at this T20 side event to discuss early childhood care and education. While Ireland is participating for the first time in the G20 as a guest member, Dublin City University has been an active participant for a number of years now. Indeed, DCU have been active since the G20 presidency of Argentina in 2018 introduced education on the agenda, and with it launched the G20 Early Childhood Initiative. I hope the work of this group continues to make an impact on the deliberations and the direction of G20, and that Dublin City University continues to play a central role in that. I know the G20 Education Working Group, Priority 2, focused on the role of early childhood care and education in improving the quality of foundational learning. And just to say, Ireland has a track record in child and family policy. A key objective of our national strategy for young children, which is called First 5, is that babies and young children have access to safe, high-quality, developmentally appropriate, integrated early learning and childcare, which reflects the diversity of need. Ireland recognises quality early childhood care and education as essential, and where process quality, in other words, those rich dynamic interactions between children and educators, have the strongest impact on child outcomes. Quality must be understood holistically. It must balance regulation, support for reflective practice, and the promotion of rich relationship-based learning experiences. In Ireland, we also recognise that the workforce is a cornerstone of high quality and accessible early childhood care and education. Our National Workforce Development Plan, which is called Nurturing Skills, commits to a vision for a well-qualified, diverse and valued professional workforce that is centred on children's rights, needs and potential. I understand that today's side event aims at communicating the central role of Ireland early childhood development, education and care to a wider policy and professional audience, that is you. This will be important in situating early childhood policy in an overall strategic environment of the G20, as well as the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals framework, which Ireland strongly advocates for. In fact, we, along with Kenya, were central to the delivery of the SDGs originally at the United Nations in New York. We're pleased to have the opportunity to co-fund this event, as I said, and look forward to the discussions involving esteemed panellists and delegates. And again, this type of activity, as I say, has a direct influence on the work of the G20 and its future direction, both at a regional level and in Africa, a regional level in Africa and also at a global level. So I wish you well in the endeavour. We look forward to following up this discussion with those present and with Matthias and Dublin City University. As we say in Irish, Garamila Magriv Galer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Austin Gomery, for educating us about the Irish perspective with regard to early childhood care and education. We can see a lot of synergies there, but I think we can also see some linkages where we need to broaden the horizon a little bit. We also have an ECD strategy in our country that is premised on equity, inclusivity, and a social compact for early childhood. What that means in reality is a moot point. We have to do a little bit more turning in terms of a reality check of how we're going to deliver that strategy in the next 5 years. But we're hopeful that things can happen a little bit faster and move early childhood from an informal phase to a more formal phase where we get universal access that really values the rights of children. And with that, it is my pleasure to now introduce a very, very dynamic individual whom I met in 2010 and whom I called Michael and got corrected very kindly. On that occasion, Professor Matthias Urban was doing a special issue on workforce professionalism for the contemporary issues in early childhood. And I was so excited. I just finished my PhD and everything was like topical and buzzing in my head, and he accepted my paper on the private entrepreneurs and how they work in early childhood. So thank you for giving me that stuff. And then it has been an unwavering relationship from the perspective of social justice, equity, and reconceptualizing early childhood in many different ways, in Roehampton, and then in Ireland again, and then in Greece, I think, as well. So many, many different places. If you want to know about systems thinking in early childhood, in my books, it has been Professor Urban that has been the stalwart of pushing the idea of competent, inclusive, and resilient systems. He's been unpacking it in different kinds of domains so that we will be able to understand it as well. And now for the introduction. Professor Matthias Urban holds the Desmond Chair of Early Childhood Education and directs the Early Childhood Research Center at DCU, which we had the privilege of meeting Dr. Hanaway and I. His focus is on early childhood policy, and it relates to diversity, equality, social justice, professionalism, and integrated systems. He's a member of the European Commission Expert Working Group on Early Childhood Care and Education, a member of the Global Advocacy Group and the Global of the Right to Education Initiative, and a member of the TSA, the Think Tank for Action on Social Change. He's a lead author of Early Childhood Development, Education and Care Policy Briefs for the T20, the G20 presidencies, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and it goes on till 2025 in South Africa. So with that, I'd really like to welcome you, Prof. Urban, to the space here to help share your insights on what I believe is the development of a corpus of knowledge that allows us to think deeply of what we present to decision makers and what they would then take up in their policies. So with that, I'm going to try and get up your presentation. So just bear with me. Over to you, Prof. Urban.
Okay. Well, thank you. Here we go. Early childhood care and education, a key pillar for solidarity, equality, and sustainability. That's what we're talking about. And this is really sort of a coming together of a number of years, 8 years of collaboration in this space in terms of producing policy recommendations, evidence-based policy advice in that space of the G20. So this year's T20 framing of consolidate and sustain is really what we're trying to do here. So in terms of the overall aim, and it's been mentioned before, but just to sort of briefly recap, what we want to do is to situate early childhood policy in the overall strategic policy environment of the G20, the SDGs, and of course, the global challenges of multilateralism in times of poly-crisis, and I'm going to come back to that. We want to recap the body of early childhood policy recommendations since 2018. That's the consolidate part, the reception and impact to date. And we want to introduce the key messages, analysis, and policy recommendations of this year's 2025 Early Childhood Policy Brief and have a discussion about them. We want to discuss possibilities, challenges, and outlines of a roadmap towards early childhood development, education, and care in a post-2030 framework, both at regional, African, but also global levels. We're here in the context of the G20, and I'm delighted traveling through Johannesburg over the last couple of days to see G20 signs and everywhere along on the roadsides promoting solidarity, equality, and sustainability as the overall framing and aims of the G20 presidency of South Africa. South Africa concludes a cycle of G20 presidencies by Global South countries which have driven agendas of solidarity, equality, and sustainability for some years now and have achieved quite a lot in that space of creating a multilateral global forum to promote these agendas. But where are we in terms of young children? And this is sort of a summary from a fairly recent report by the Marmot Group in the UK. Their analysis is, in a global landscape defined by poly-crisis, children are being failed. And they ask, how do we create child-inclusive societies where every child thrives and has the best start in life, where intergenerational disadvantages is redressed, and where child poverty is ended? And they suggest three foundational actions to achieve child inclusiveness, as they call it, linked to political, commercial, and social determinants. The first is prioritizing implementation of transformative collaboration between policymakers, public bodies, communities to improve outcomes for children. That's a systems approach. Second, to reclaim the public good through child-centered regulatory frameworks. So early childhood as a global common good, that's what we're talking about. And third, valuing the time to care for children and to build meaningful and responsive relationships with them. That's the profession, that's the carers, the educators, and the relational aspect that the ambassador talked about in his introduction just a few minutes ago. We have achieved a lot in that global space in recent years. Here's some just a few pointers. Already in 2005, the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child stated that the right to education begins at birth, the right to education during early childhood, beginning at birth and closely linked to young children's right to maximum development. So we have achieved quite a broad global consensus that education isn't something that starts in primary school or maybe the year before primary school, but education is a right of each and every child that begins at birth. And we have to have very serious discussions about what that means for the youngest children. The committee goes on to state the importance of whole systems approaches. And they address governments, state parties, and their responsibility to develop rights-based, coordinated, multi-sectoral strategies in order to ensure that children's best interests are always the starting point for service planning and provision. Start from the rights of the child, move into systems and service planning. When you come from areas like governance theory, there is a very established tradition of thinking in terms of what governance theorists call backward mapping. You start from what you want to achieve, and then you move into what are the kind of systems, decisions, structures you need to put in place to get to that point. And all this based around a systematic and integrated approach to law and policy development in relation to all children from birth up to 8 years old. Law and policy development, which is one of the key reasons why we are so determined to have this discussion within the framework of a policy forum like the G20 and its engagement groups. And more recently, the Tashkent Declaration coming out of the UNESCO World Conference on Early Childhood Education and Care in Uzbekistan in 2022 firmly states learning begins at birth. So we have a global sort of scenario of quite a number of frameworks that are really pointing us into the right direction. You will be familiar with the Sustainable Development Goal framework, and you will be familiar, obviously, that early childhood is placed under SDG 4 education, as there's the target 4.2, which talks about every girl and boy having access to high quality early childhood education by 2030. But of course, we have to really emphasize that it's not just about placing early childhood within that education framework, but to understand that that effective early childhood care and development and education systems are fundamental for achieving the entire SDG framework. And I think this is a discussion we need to emphasize when we move beyond 2030 and that framework. We have an international agreement under the title of the Abidjan Principles that urge states to provide free public education of the highest attainable quality to everyone. And of course, that begins at birth. And we have the aforementioned Tashkent Declaration stating, signed by all the countries attending the UNESCO World Conference, right to education and care from birth, emphasizing a whole of government, multi-sector and integrated policy development, provision and coordination, and linking that to ECD, to early childhood finance. But still a lot remains to be done. And here's some pointers as well. The World Bank states that poor resource allocation is particularly noticeable in preconception and prenatal services and for children from birth to 3 years of age. And here's a first discrepancy. Education is a right from birth, but where are the funds, where are the systems to support that? We need to have that discussion. Nutrition, health, childcare and parenting supports are not equitably available, resulting, and this is already 2017, resulting in at least 250 million young children, representing 43% of children under 4 years of age in low and middle income countries, at high risk of not reaching their full potential. And the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, comes to the conclusion that stark dysfunctions and injustices exist in economic, social, and political systems, and they're exacerbated by the damage humankind is inflicting on the world's natural systems and thus inevitably upon itself. So here's a link to what some refer to as the poly-crisis of climate disaster, of loss of biodiversity, of poverty, of forced migration, of violence, and all those sort of mutually reinforcing each other and immediately affecting young children and their families and communities. It's in this context, or against this backdrop, that our group has come together and initiated initially by Argentina in 2018, inviting us to bring together a group of research institutes, think tanks, activists, and academics to think about policy recommendations that could be brought forward to that G20 forum. And when I say a group, this group has grown steadily. So we're talking at the moment, we're represented here in South Africa, Argentina, and Ireland. We've been coordinating this since 2018. But it is a group of, at the moment, 13 representatives of research institutes, of think tanks, of NGOs, of policymakers, situated in Latin America, in India, in Southeast Asia, in North America, in Africa, and in Europe, in Dublin. So it's a global conversation that takes place in that policy space, but also a global collaboration that has taken place in the research environment, because we have a very strong research collaboration as well. So here's an overview over the policy briefs we have produced since. Nice and colorful. And they're all available on the various sort of G20 and T20 websites. And I think we can put the link into the documentation of this day. But really just to sort of focus on what is the key around this, and this has come out of our discussion at the T20 in Japan. It's really about this key recommendation to strengthen G20 level commitment to ensuring access to locally and culturally appropriate early childhood care, early child development, education and care of highest quality for all children from birth, and to forge international consensus on government responsibility for developing, resourcing and governing a whole systems approach to early childhood policies. So that's really what we're talking about in its various sort of various forms. We are quite confident that we've produced in this a sort of a coherent body of evidence-based policy recommendations and guidance since, beginning with 2018, where we talk about the importance of systems approaches. Why do we need to aim for and support the emergence of competent systems around young children? Why do we need multi-sectoral policy frameworks? And we do know now that globally around 90 countries and territories around the world already have introduced integrated multi-sectoral early childhood policy frameworks, which leave another 90 which have not. I'm not.
There we go.
That was my shower calling. So we will answer that later. And then sort of from that sort of laying the foundations, moving into questions of systems and governance, early childhood just seen as a common good, and public and government responsibility, and really sort of moving into that governance space. The question of how can we upscale successful local innovations, solutions to local problems, and how can we sort of create policy environments that enable learning from local solutions, which can be quite different to an approach of saying, here's the one size fits all solution. And of course, the questions of resilient systems, how can we achieve some resilience in early childhood systems in context of disaster that was obviously triggered by a pandemic environment. Key to that entire agenda is the question of information and data. How do we know what we know about early childhood? And do we actually even know how much we don't know? Because in many countries, there's a fundamental lack of data, and there's a fundamental difficulty of data systems talking to each other. Many countries have health information systems, education information systems, but they don't often talk to each other. And then, of course, you have different levels of government where data is gathered, informing governance at a municipal, local, regional, national level. So the question of integrated and multi-sectoral early childhood data monitoring and evaluation systems as a key element of all this, strengthening the idea and the commitment to early childhood as a global common good, which of course is not just a commitment, but the commitment needs money on the table. So the whole debate about investing in the global common good, prioritizing investment in early childhood. And we're going to hear more about this in a following contribution today. And coming together today under the theme of consolidating early childhood care and education policies as a pillar of solidarity, equity, and sustainability, really taking this experience of a long cycle of G20 and T20 summits hosted by Global South countries into the next phase, which I think requires a lot of attention from all of us. Some examples of policy recommendations that have come out of this process, and this is from the Indonesian presidency, our policy recommendations. Multi-sectoral approaches must be participatory, realized at community level, not top-down, but actually really at community level, and culturally sensitive. We know from documented cases all over the world that locally developed culturally responsive solutions can be highly effective, community ownership, but they need to be properly evaluated. They can contribute to the preparation and implementation of more sustainable policies at all systems levels in all countries. So the recommendation is for G20 to engage with its member states and the wider global community to adopt and extend the Abidjan principles, right to education, public education from birth, and their human rights obligation to states to provide that. Shared learning across diverse global contexts. I think this is really important. We live in times where the simplistic distinctions between ideas of global north and global south have become very questionable, and we are very much influenced by developments that affect us all, regardless of where we are. So this is a case for learning with each other in times of poly-crisis, as I said. So it is about creating new shared understandings about how to engage with the existential threats that faces humanity and for nurturing the common good on a global scale. And we just wanted to highlight, and this is why it's central in this policy recommendation, that the stakes are really high and they require going beyond technical, organizational, managerial solutions. The scale of the existential crisis facing humanity on this finite planet provide a really alarming background to the policy approaches needed in relation to young children from birth, their families and communities. And it's not nearly enough to start preparing for future crisis, because we're actually in this scenario already. So where does that bring us in 2025? And I'm just going to briefly summarize the key recommendations in this policy brief that you can download freely on the G20, T20 websites. And there are 6 of them. The first is to actually, for G20 with other global partners, to come together and declare and establish a decade of action for early childhood care and education, emphasizing the human right that early childhood education and care is, a foundation of sustainable development, catalyst for achieving the entire SDG framework, and for G20 as a global forum to engage with its member states in creating and declaring this and acting in this decade to come. The second is about addressing continued disparities in access to high quality early child care education. And this is not just in between countries and regions, but also very much within countries, between urban and rural populations, between marginalized and privileged populations. And again, this is a reason why we have to step out of this simplistic framework saying, this is how things work in the global north, this is how they work in the global south, because the global south is everywhere. The global north is everywhere as well. And so we need to address these inequities, these inequalities, these disparities in access. The third one is really a call for participatory development of national policies in those more than 90 countries that have yet to develop integrated multi-sectoral early childhood policy frameworks. And for G20 to take an active role to support these countries with learning from the countries that have already achieved this, to move from siloed, fragmented, separated early childhood policies that sit in different government departments, that sit at different levels of government, to much more multi-sectoral and integrated frameworks. Recommendation number 4 is about promoting, supporting and showcasing whole of government and whole of society multi-sectoral approaches, understanding early childhood as a common good. And I'm quite happy to say that despite being a very small country, Ireland is one of those countries that has introduced a whole of government strategy for babies, young children and their families. We can talk about implementation another day, but to learn from these strategies, it's interesting to see that when you look through the list of the 90 countries globally that have been introduced such frameworks, many of them are situated in the global south. Not many of them are situated in Europe, in the global north, in North America. So there's a learning needed here, which sort of takes experiences and policy solutions developed in regions in the global south very seriously, because you introduced me as a member of the European Commission expert group on early childhood. Europe is only at the very beginning of these discussions about what it might mean to have sort of an integrated approach to young children. Number 5 of our consolidated policy recommendations this year is about establishing a global initiative to secure, maintain and increase public and private financing for the long-term impact of early childhood care and education, engaging all leading parties in this. And again, I think we're going to hear some more about this in the following presentation. And of course, concluding with recommendation number 6, prioritizing early childhood in the Global South to achieve global solidarity for shared prosperity. Because the disparities are still there on a major scale. The impossibility for a large number of children to access early childhood services, early childhood development services. These are our 6 of areas of policy recommendations that consolidate 8 years of policy work in that space. And maybe just to sort of for some concluding thoughts before I hand over, I think it is high time to recognize that when we talk about crisis scenarios, that existential crises are no longer an exception, but they have become a new normality for humanity. And children are right at the center of this. Children, and this is UNICEF stating this, are quite often the silent victims of scenarios around them. And that, I suggest, has implications. It means that concepts like resilience, survival, equity, justice, and increasingly peace are the concept that will have to be at the center of our discussion about early child development, education, and care as we plan for the decades ahead. And of course, this applies to individual programs, what happens in your local setting on a Tuesday morning, but it also applies to systems and policy. Resilient early childhood systems require multi-sectoral policies, but multi-sectoral policies must be based on a universal right to education for all children from birth. And I think we have to really be very serious about refocusing education, care, health, nutrition, welfare, beginning with the youngest children, because this is essential to humanity's survival on this finite planet. And then, of course, finally, recognizing that sustainable development, quality of life, well-being, and the realization of fundamental rights for every child at the local level are critically important for addressing the crisis at the global level, so the local and the global. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Urban, for giving us all kinds of insertions into the global community and what their thinking is around what should be happening in the early childhood space. I think that really struck me is, and I know that we had extensive discussions on this, is how the global south is positioning itself, all right? And you had Prof. Urban saying very clearly that we should be heading towards a network of solidarity, not charity. If you haven't understood that, what it means is, in the development speak, it means that those that were in the global south were psychologized to believe that the global north has traveled the road of progress. And if you follow that journey, you too will get there. But now the empire strikes back again. The majority world is saying, we've gone through all these frameworks. We've gone through all these vulnerabilities. How about us coming together and sharing a space of dialogue, lived experience, and a network of solidarity? I've written about this in terms of looking at the injustices that create unfreedoms. So it's time, at least from the knowledge space, not to look at geographies, but to look at our epistemologies that affect the way in which we take things forward. And so thank you for alerting us to that. Now, I'm sure that you must have some questions for Prof. Urban, and we'd really like to hear your thoughts, because this is a space for engagement, All right, we have two roving mics here, and we have Dr. Hanegways and Dr. Nsoli on the other side that will help us with any questions that you have. Would you prefer to take a lot of questions and then answer?
Let's see what happens.
Okay, we're going to go organic. I hope we didn't silence you. Okay, there we go. Grace from Smart Start. Okay, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Grace from Smart Start. And for what an incredible of what's important in digital development. I raised my hand because someone here said something. In particular, because the challenges that we are facing against are challenges that Latina society does now about following what we must do the successes of the development, rather than investing in designing and developing local intelligence and cultural solutions of the global. So let's just say that the majority stuff. The question I just was wondering, like just running over what you saying. I was just wondering about what are the thoughts in a systems analysis of the solution for child development for the future. What are the thoughts about leadership? Where will that get made? Where do you think it gives it authority to do it?
Yeah, I'll respond to that. Thank you very much for that question, because I think there are two really important elements. One is that that recognition of the importance of locally and culturally appropriate um, um, well, approaches to what better outcomes for children actually means here, and to understanding that that might be quite diverse, and that it requires sort of approaches in terms of framing, governing, funding these approaches in a way that don't assume that one approach is the right for everyone. That is a real challenge for governments, but also it's a real challenge for that huge sector of the donor world and the finance world, providing a large part of the resources for early childhood development. So we need to engage with them in order to sort of reframe funding policies, for instance, that actually enable the development of public policy that supports locally, culturally relevant and appropriate approaches. That is a governance challenge. In terms of the leadership of all this, what we have learned is that in countries that have made quite substantial progress in terms of developing more integrated policy approaches to young children, it is fundamental that at a governance level, this is situated at the highest possible level of governance. So that you have something that steps outside of the policy silos, health, education, labor, and you situate it within whatever that structure is, a department of the president or whatever. And it's not just about creating talking shops sort of outside of the ministerial structure, but to actually underpinning that with real power and budgets. So we have countries, we can show these examples, where integrated budgets have been created for implementing these highly ambitious integrated policy frameworks. That's where policy leadership needs to be. So I suppose So there will be some two initial answers to that, and in the sort of connecting this to the global North and South question, because I think that's an important one when it comes to the locally developed approaches. We have seen, not least in the times of the COVID-19 pandemic, that countries that already have a stronger locally supported network of supports for young children have fared better than countries that don't. And I think this has to be a wake-up call for countries in Europe, for instance, to learn from these situations, because we're in crisis scenarios. It's not just that the next pandemic is going to come, it's a question of when, not if, but many other sort of difficult situations, as I said, climate crisis, causing a migration on unprecedented scale, wars, and so on. We need to learn from your solutions, or with our solutions across the globe.
And five mine is just the climate seeking question, especially when we talk about network of solidarity for ECP. To me, when I read the statement, it says that we are proposing a collaborative framework of some sort. And if that is the case, I will then ask what could it be if it entails and how would it look like? Because I don't want to assume, because while we talk about network of solidarity, how I read it, it says that we are proposing a collaborative framework which is welcome. But what is it going to entail? What would be its key element or component, and how would it look like in a practical sense? And how would that bring about policy shift in the entire ecosystem of early childhood development? Thank you.
I really like what you said about promoting network with children for outcomes. And I think for me, the only way to look at also for outcomes of which education was focused. And so the kind of sustainability of children are very good and how to sustain for countries in we can say it's of the region. Personal
Well, I try and answer the questions. First of all, I think a framework of solidarity, I think, has to be or can be developed, and that's why I'm quite encouraged about the discussions we're having here in this space and also in the G20 space, it can be developed in and by a multilateral forum, which I think is critically important, that it's a forum that's not dominated by sort of a particular geopolitical sort of aspect, but that's actually committed to multilateralism. And I think in this scenario, we can develop sort of leadership structures that create such a network of solidarity, focused on the entire global context. Critically important, I think, to that is the question of accountability. It's not just sort of ambitions and nice words. We have a lot of declarations, but actually connected to what we are saying in one of our policy briefs, the questions of, first of all, having information, reliable data monitoring and evaluation systems connected to the question of the accountability of, and I think again, mainly governance and state governance. It does not mean that national governments are the only actors in this field. Obviously not, you know that. But they have a key responsibility for creating conditions for these systemic approaches to the finance streams in this. We have to reconceptualize finance streams that enable countries to develop and implement public policies for more just and equitable outcomes for all children, rather than financing parallel tracks and programs and initiatives in countries, undermining the capacity of countries to develop public policies. I think that is crucial. And that links again to the workforce question. I think we need to see that together. And I'm particularly happy to see that declarations like the Tashkent Declaration, for instance, connect finance, workforce, right to education in one frame. We know that there is no such thing as early childhood development without a highly committed, qualified professional workforce around it. We also know that most environment and also have massive recognition problems when it comes to, do we actually value the work that is being done? Quite often, and the vast majority of people working in this field by people who don't have degrees or qualifications, but actually are very close to supporting young children in their communities. So we know there's an issue, and I suppose one of the things we have to do as early childhood educators, obviously, is sort of keep pushing for recognition, for qualification, to stand up against deprofessionalization, because that's what's happening in many countries when there's shortage of early childhood teachers. Governments are desperate to get anyone basically into the classroom. And that is, we see this move towards deprofessionalization quite strong. But, and I suppose again that links back to why we're discussing this in the framework of the G20, I don't think we're going to get very far if we only talk about early childhood educators. We have to see this in a much wider framework of the global care economy and the contribution of the care economy to what some might call the real economy, which would just go off and poof if we didn't have the care economy. So to actually get into systematic conversations with others who are in that space as well, not caring for young children, but actually in a space where massive contribution to the existence of societies are being made, being expected, quite often unpaid, quite often gendered by women, sort of our confined space of early childhood educators. I think that is really important. It does not mean not to fight for the rights of early childhood educators. So I suppose join the union. Absolutely.
Food for thought in terms of how we look at ourselves in early childhood and the activisms that we do and awareness raising and our implementation and our interventions and so forth. So, I mean, one view that's coming across is that you cannot just take a man in island approach. You have to look at how you are going to connect the dots and how that's going to happen. And you're going to hear more from our speakers a little bit later in terms of joining and connecting those dots and where the trouble spots are, but where the affordances are, so that we'll be able to do that. So with that, thank you very much for the first session. We're going to have a coffee break and energize and network and have conversations, have your comfort break. And we are going to be back here at 12 for an economic perspective on early childhood and some activism on Act for the early years. We're very lucky to have our very own Dr. Ndo from UNISA and Mr. Ben Hewitt, who has traveled a long way to be with us today. So welcome to this space here. So it's coffee break time, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Don't have batteries running low. No. So he's really grounded in the investment arguments for early childhood. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Edifice Ndo. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Just,
Up and down.
you can just go sideways like that if you want to. You can touch that as well if you want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Back of that. Yeah.
Thanks. Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, and I would like to thank Prof. Ibrahim for the invitation, because when she invited me, when I went through the invitation, it reminded me of a lot of things that are happening out. For example, in the medical legal cases, this issue of early childhood, it doesn't feature in the quantums. So you need to do a lot of work for it to be well received out, even by the medical professionals when dealing with the medical legal cases. I'm part of the teams there who deal with those in courts. But the early childhood, it doesn't feature in the calculations. So there's a gap that needs to be fitted there. Because the assumptions start from the age when the child is in grade 1 to 12, and thereafter the assumptions. But the first 5 years of the child, they don't feature in. And that is a big miscalculation. In the economic perspective on investment in the early childhood development, there are two main aspects that need to be corrected here. The market failure, and the other market failure comes from the issue of the finance. We normally talk about frictions. When there's friction, things don't go well. And in the credit markets, frictions come in terms of high cost that the parents cannot afford. And this results in some of these children not attending the early childhood preschools, grade R. So it's very important that whatever case you are making when talking to the government, you should also raise the issue of credit market failure. There's a responsibility here that those who are involved, they should also look and urge the government to look at the credit market failures here. So these credit market failures, what it means, this is an inability of the family to borrow to finance education from the early childhood. Because I speak a lot, even in the media, commentate a lot, even in the TVs, it's a very big issue, the household debt currently. So that is a big friction. So once you don't speak to the government regarding that, we will have many of the children not affording the early childhood. And even the assistance that we get from government, it won't be enough because there's going to be a big gap here. So it's very important that families to be aware that they are very constrained and they cannot provide collateral here. These are the assets owned by the families when they go to a bank to seek credit. It's very important to be quite aware of this constraint. Government, in this case, it has to provide the services of early childhood, either through establishment of the preschools, or providing funds for it, or subsidize the daycares. There are many ways in which the government can get involved. And depending on which ones you are advocating for, but there are many ways in which the government can get involved. When we are talking about the issue of dealing with the frictions in the market, and when the government is to intervene, there are two things that matter in economics: the equity part of it, as well as the distribution here. So you need to understand that consumption is determined by a number of factors here. The first one is the ability to pay, that is by the family. There's also capacity to pay for the services here, which are also indirect. When the government has to decide on the reallocation of resources here, there is always a big contested area, and this has been well established in microeconomics, which I also teach. So if resources heavily favor certain individuals, the equilibrium will also favor them. If the families are high-income families, even the outcomes on the education, they tend to favor those families. So where you begin, it matters for the outcomes that we have. So the problem arises now here when high family incomes, the families who've got high income, then they've got also higher spending power in terms of the education here. What about those who don't have high income? Which means they don't have high spending power, and the outcomes may also be less optimal. So we need to understand this. There is an issue here, equity and distribution. It's a very big aspect, component of macroeconomics when you talk about allocative efficiency of resources. When you take from the other one to give the other one, you are not supposed to make the one that you have taken from worse off than they were before you allocated the resources. So the issue of equity and distribution is a big problem. The education, if it's not well looked after, and you don't consider this aspect of the initial endowment, it can reproduce what we call inequalities. They get perpetuated. The one from a high-off wealth family, they get better outcomes educationally. And those who are from the less-off family, they get less optimal outcomes later in future. Therefore, education has got the potential to reproduce these income inequalities. And the theme here is that we're talking about equality. Equality. So we need to find ways, and the government is there to play that role of ensuring equality has to exist, or less equality should exist. Less inequality. Less inequality should exist here. I also bring some slides here because I like graphs, I like numbers. The work that I write is always empirical. So once you bring graphs, you visualize it in aspects here. This is a graph about child learning outcomes by early learning programs. And why I like this graph, it also shows those schools or early learning programs where there is no fee, or the fee is between 0 and 100. And where the fee is also bigger than 1,000 rand per month. So my understanding is that where there is no fee, you might find that it is highly subsidized by government, so that children should also go there. Now, if government is subsidizing these early learning programs, and the outcomes that we're getting here, they are very less optimal here. There is a problem of equity here. And how can we address the issue of equity here? Is it an issue of what we call, government doesn't have more information of where the money is being sent? Or is it an issue of what we call a moral hazard, where somebody does something else when there is nobody managing here? So here you can see there's a big trade-off here. For those early learning programs where they are charging about 1,000 rand per month, you can see that the outcomes are more optimal here. Most of those who attend here, they are on track with their developmental programs, and less of them, they are not on track. But where there is this 0 to 110, the outcomes here, they are not on the track to achieve their developmental outcomes compared to those who are in this one here. So we need to understand this issue of equity redistribution. How can we deal with the issue of imbalances? When there is funding, what are we expecting to get from there? An optimal outcome. If this is a typical example of where funding subsidies go to, those are transfers from government. And then there's another big issue here about the child support grant, and there's relationship between it and poverty, food poverty, and the average cost of nutrition here. If you look at the yellow line here, the child support grant, it's growing very slowly there. But if you look at the average cost of basic nutritious diet for the average child, it's way bigger, and by nearly half. What can we say about the markets? Do we say we just need the subsidy and they don't correct the other problem here? Because there's an issue of the prices here, the market, where you get those goods. What are we saying about those who provide those goods? Is the price properly set, because we've got a problem in South Africa about imperfect markets, where prices are set at a higher level. So we have got a bigger role to play here. Let's get involved in also discussions that deal with setting of the prices. We have got a problem of monopolies. Government is doing its role, but half of that is we need to get from somewhere. Given situations that we're facing right now, it's difficult, high unemployment. We need also to address the issue of the markets, the pricing of where these goods come from. People need to start intervening there. Competition Commission, because the government is doing a bigger part here of subsidy, very bigger one, and it may be bigger compared to other emerging market economies here. So it's very important that when there is a transfer, redistribution by the government, where it goes there, it will also be used optimally. But there is also a constraint that comes out. If you look at the budget allocation here, from now, for the last 2 years, 3 years, it has been nearly stable there, but is now showing up an upward trend, which means the allocations are going to be higher going into the future. And for both early childhood development grant, that is infrastructure, as well as the early childhood development grant, the subsidy. So there is a lot of investment that's coming from the government. And I was very impressed to hear that the priorities, I think government has accepted the priority number 1 for the first time in 30 years. I was very encouraged from the conversation that I had there. That how long did it take for the ECD to become well accepted in the popular program? So 30 years, which means were the people approaching the right policymakers? And I'm very impressed that there's empirical evidence that was being talked about here earlier on before my presentation here. Because with empirical evidence, it's easier to engage policymakers. I've been a researcher doing empirical evidence at the bank for the policymakers, MPC, even though it may not be popular here. But we're doing empirical evidence, give to them, make informed decision. So there is a very strong investment case here to be made. The early childhood development is needed. There are big economic multipliers. We are struggling with economic growth. And this development of early childhood, it also contributes to nutrition of children. That is when you buy from the producers, you also increase the GDP of the country. There is also a big outcome here in terms of the returns on investment. There are studies that have shown that once you put more money into the early childhood development, the returns are also higher. And there are also many people also employed in these early childhood centers. That's also job creation, because we've got high unemployment in the country. This is one of the areas that can lead to more job opportunities, inspire and grow the economy, as well as the benefit that the more people are educated from a young age, the lesser the government is going to spend on people repeating when they go to secondary school. The multiplier effects are so huge. There is a big economic case to be made here. And we're talking about inclusive growth. Should inclusive growth be at a higher level only? It should begin here, at the grassroots. Bring the young in, give them the knowledge. There's a multiplier effect. We reduce the cost when they go on to higher education here. And the better they're educated at a younger age, the better the returns become. Because remember, as we economists, we normally talk about returns after attending maybe a high school qualification, matric, post-matric, talk about returns. But the returns here, they are very huge in terms of less expenditure at high school, less reputation here. Let's invest in ECD. There is an investment case, and this case is very strong, and I think it's very persuasive, in short. Thank you.
Dr. Ndo, thank you so much. I think you touched a nerve there. And I can see the early childhood people, really nodding. And you remember the Public Expenditure Institutional Review report and what it said? 1:32 rands. And what we got? 1:24, which is an up from 17 rands, but it's still inadequate. And I like the kinds of things that you were saying is where to hit with the advocacy. And the question, that you raised also for me was, are we talking to the right people?
Yes.
All right, and that's very important because you need to talk to the decision makers. When something is planned, you need to have treasury with you.
Yes.
So they walk the road with you. I'm going to just open up the floor for any questions you may have, because it's such an opportunity to engage Dr. Ndo, and he has to leave after this, so you won't be seeing him. Dr. Hanaway and Dr. Mzoli? Okay, Mastura? Thank you. Okay, we're going to just take 2 questions because we have another speaker after this. So, Mastura, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Mastura Sagal, and I'm from the National Planning Commission. Things in the budget spending on ECT. Government system is saying the application that has been given to us, and we might need to think about how the plan should be, that we need to improve our systems and implement integrate but just to say, we actually should talk about this, which includes,
Thank you very much for the comment. Well noted.
Economy for ECT case is made echo that how to ensure that we deal with budget failures and training failures. Talk about the legislative regulatory. What do you propose? What do you suggest should be done? Don't you think that we are with what we call information asymmetry? We are also development needs to be viewed as a public good. Issues of race need to be looked into, and in terms of advocacy, I think government can be able to intervene through certain interventions, like for example using legislative instruments to ensure money is pumped into early child development. Just want to check what is your thought, because what you have presented is good, but we need to move to a direction where we propose solutions and then we package that to become part of our advocacy strategy and noise, so that that can be realized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that one, for the comment as well as the question. Advocacy is needed. You need advocates, and when you are advocating for change, bring in the right people. You are talking about the issue of the child support grant being lower than the cost of living. Bring the Competition Commission into discussion. Bring the Reserve Bank into discussion about the cost of credit. Bring those ones, even when you are going to advocate for legislative changes. They should also be involving these other stakeholders. When we were at the bank, I remember a time when the manufacturing sector, that is a group of manufacturers, they were complaining about a strong currency exchange rate. They did come to the bank and say, we've got a case to raise here. These are our evidence. Listen to us. And we're part of those meetings, listening, trying to come up with solutions. After some time, I remember Jacob Zuma, the finance minister, was recalled. The currency just tumbled without the bank intervening there. What happened? The exchange rate moved, I think, from 10 to a very low value. The manufacturing people were complaining, they got the currency left that they wanted, but they continue to struggle. So it's very important to have the people whom we are targeting and bring other stakeholders in to say, we've got a very solid case here. If you look at the debt cancelling numbers right now, most of the people who are young, they are highly indebted. They are going debt through debt cancelling. And that's where those families have got young kids. Already, there's a credit friction there altogether. There's a credit problem there. They cannot afford. That's why inequalities they become bigger in the early ages. And they become close towards the end of the 40th year and above there. So it's very important, call the groups that you think, when they listen to you and when you raise the matter, your matter will be taken into consideration very quickly, if without legislation. The issue of pricing is very important. The goods that are priced. Remember, currently, there are zero-rate goods. But are those part of what is being used as part of the food that's given in this early child development center? Maybe not. It can be raised that the type of goods that are normally used here are the following, and we've got so much population here. Then what we need? We need exemption or control of the prices in this sector. Or these should be exempted from this so that a lot of these children can benefit. It's part of the advocacy. And that will help to see that the grant that you get is optimally used and they've got more benefits at the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, I get to go on listening to you. He's saying all the right things, and I wish we had more time for you, Dr. Ndo, but we will be engaging you as we go along. And remember us, in whatever platform you go, ECD is the investment. Yes. But we did here talk to the right people, so it's well connected. Thank you so much for that. And we are also very lucky today to have a very important guest with us. And you heard about advocacy, and we have a very dynamic individual with us that is going to talk to us about advocacy. And he is the senior advisor from an organization called Their World. He'll explain to us why that particular title. But Ben Hewitt, who is with us today, is the global lead for Act for Early Years campaign, a worldwide movement ensuring that every boy and every girl has access to early childhood development, care, and education. The campaign champions investments in the early years. So we just heard about investment. Here's something coming through. Why? Because of the powerful ways we need to think of to break the cycles of poverty, inequality, and to build a fair and just and sustainable world for our children. A seasoned global campaign strategist, we're learning more now in early childhood, a communication specialist and expert, he has led numerous initiatives to mobilize communities, influence governments, and build cross-sectoral coalitions for the people and for the planet. His work spans advocacy, policy, movement building at the highest level, driving action to make early years a political and a financial space and a priority for the world. And with those kind words, whilst I get your presentation up, I want to welcome Mr. Ben Hewitt.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see everyone. Although I do fear the campaign may struggle in this conversation because people may be thinking about lunch and realizing that the clock is ticking. So I may not be at the right moment of the day, but let me just take a few minutes to share the campaign, and then I promise you we will have lunch in good time. I stand on all the protocols from early in the day, and thank you, Prof. Ebrahim, for the introduction, and particularly a pleasure to hear Prof. Urban talking from the Dublin City University Early Childhood Research Centre. And my goodness, we stand on the shoulders of that evidence as we advocate and as we go forward for many years. Also, thank you to the colleagues from the Irish government who are here today as well. Not only because of your leadership in the first 5 agenda and looking at the workforce, but also I'm biased because my 3 children are Irish citizens as well, so I feel some affinity in your leadership there. The first thing I wanted to do is introduce the campaign called Act for Early Years, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about an opportunity that comes up that speaks directly to the 5th point in the briefing that's gone into the G20 today. And the good news is we're seeing progress. And so we come here, there's so many challenges globally. There's so many reasons why not to move ahead with things or why something's going backwards. But I think today we can talk about some momentum that we're seeing in early childhood that should inspire us for more action as well. So Act for Early Years is a global campaign dedicated to ensuring that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care and preschool education. It's referring back to that Sustainable Development Goal 4 vision that was talked about earlier, with the goal of 2030 rapidly approaching. And the objectives are unapologetically looking at funding and finance. So we've had, and it was shared earlier in the fantastic presentation, that we've had some really strong declarations. We've got strong promises, we've got strong vision. And so now there's an opportunity to move that into planning and the finance conversations. And in order to move those up the agenda is to make sure that we elevate the status of early childhood. So it doesn't just sit in the rooms where we are as a network and a community, but early childhood is breaking through into budget conversations. It's breaking through into conversations around human capital, economic growth, about the workforce, about gender equity. That's where conversations about early childhood should be happening. So the campaign wants to elevate the status of it, and also that this is an issue for citizens, for us. That this is an issue that every family recognises the challenge of the costs of living that's gone up in so many places, and the challenges with childcare, quality preschool, paying the workforce, quality workforce. So it's about making sure that the status of this is higher in our local, regional and national dialogues. And then the third piece, which is also in the briefing here, is how do we future-proof And I love the vision of the decade of progress in this area. And it's interesting to talk about that as 2026 onwards. And that's a really exciting agenda. And that's for the community of those who believe in the investment in early childhood to take that agenda forward. Just to say, in the structure of this, I work for an organisation called Their World that's established as a secretariat for this campaign. So you can get in touch with us for any questions about this going forward. But the campaign is steered by a high-level advisory group. There's about 25 organisations on that group, and they involve a lot of the early childhood networks that you see. And Lynette and Given are here from the African Early Childhood Network. What a tremendous network that is on this continent, especially at a time where we've got the first G20 on the African continent as well. So we work on the campaign through all of the regional networks and EGDAN, the international network, but also with partners on the high-level advisory group, including UNESCO, UNICEF, Lego Foundation, Sesame Workshop, and a whole network of others, and some national partners showing diversity and bringing different issues together. And it was mentioned, Prof, in the introduction, I've also worked on campaigns in climate areas. And a lot of the learning in this comes from that space where we have more strength as a united voice. So the groups working in this, particularly in partnership, may come into the early years space by saying our focus is on gender equity, or the focus might be preschool, the focus might be the expertise around the whole system process that we've got in the room here today. But like climate, when you have the climate agenda, you've got groups that are focused on the ocean, you've got groups that are focused on the air quality, but you come together as a united voice. So that's something that we're trying to do through this, is we've recognised there's so many decisions are being done in the room, and so how do we come together as a collective? And I like the word movement that's been mentioned here, a movement of experts and advocates, as my friend there said in the question before. How do we come together and raise the status of early childhood? So there's a website you can partner with us and join up, and everyone's included in this agenda. We have a call to action. So I think one of the things that we had when starting was this huge challenge of having a diversity of views. And so we've boiled it down into something to match that this is a campaign about the youngest children. We have a child-size manifesto. So we have our mini-festo, which synthesises everything. And all of the branding for the campaign is very childish. It's fun. It's colourful. It's hopeful, like the early years. And actually, a little small fact is we created a font by asking the youngest children, kind of 3 and 4 years old, to write out letters, which we then took and created into a brand new font. And one of those groups of children was in South Africa. So we feel, even from the beginning, everything we do represents the children's voices, and we're kind of unashamedly positive and hopeful and colourful in this agenda, because that represents those magical early years as well. So there's 3 core areas. The way that this is framed is bringing these areas together in this systems approach, which includes the core elements of what's required across the healthcare, well-being and development, across the quality and inclusive preschool, and across the whole support for families as well, from quality childcare to caregiver support and the benefits, universal benefits that are required, particularly when we're talking about tackling inequality. We have some of these manifestos, and before you leave, Z, my colleague here, is going to get you to sign and share, and we'll get your commitment as well, so please do sign up. In the what I wanted to talk about, especially today, because of the agenda with the G20, is this group has come together, and at the UN General Assembly in September, there was the official launch calling for the first ever International Finance Summit on early childhood. So this was launched at UNICEF House, with the executive director of UNICEF announcing that they are going to be a core partner on this initiative. And in the room we had champion ministers, not only the keynote address from South Africa, But we had Brazil, we had Ukraine, we had Sierra Leone, we had a lot of others that I can't remember all of them, but we had champion ministers in the room saying this is a really important initiative. What we're looking at with this summit in the first half of 2027 is an opportunity for commitments to be made. And on purpose, there's an 18-month run-in to this event, because the journey to the summit is really, really important in terms of having the space to do quality planning, look at what comes together in a commitment, ensure that it's guided by engagement with civil society, the right partners who are involved in this process. And that process is underway, and the goals are around new commitments, and there will be a big focus on the finance elements of that. And the commitments would be at national, sub-national, but also could be at citywide level. And so we have to reflect, where does spending happen? Where does delivery happen? And so there's a breadth in the approach to this that meets countries where they are. So some countries it may not be a national commitment because it's not where the country is at that point, but it could be a state commitment, or it could be a regional commitment. And we're certainly starting to see a lot of cities that are stepping up and wanting to have a coherent systems approach strategy which is citywide. As I said, there's the 18-month journey into this summit in the first half of 2027, and there's a lot of conversations this week in the G20, heavily supported by the briefing that's been prepared here, to say, how do we partner on this? How do we draw more countries into this process? And we're seeing a lot of goodwill towards this agenda at the moment. And also in the 18 months, it gives us an opportunity as advocates to be in this space. Are our leaders signing up to this? Are our leaders attending this? Are they creating quality commitments? What are they bringing to this event? What should we be doing as a city, as a country, as a state in this process? So it gives us a journey, a collective journey to go on. And I think it really reflects the theme of solidarity. The journey is around, it's an international summit. So it's about international commitments. What can we learn from each other? And the reality is there isn't one place where everything's perfect. You're not going to go to a place where everything is sorted. So actually we have a chance, rather than a kind of an older-fashioned model of these events, to actually bring multiple countries together and shared learning, best practice, and look at what can be brought to it. Building on Professor Ndu's presentation, we're creating a case for investment, which is bringing all the best evidence. And this is being done with World Bank colleagues and other finance colleagues as well. And there's an invitation to contribute to this. And I think the expertise we have already brought to this agenda here will contribute to this very heavily. And this will be presented at the World Bank Spring Meetings in April next year to finance ministers. So again, yes, we talk to the right ministries and we talk to the right departments, but for every country there's an opportunity that there's going to be a finance conversation with finance minister, which gives that kind of air cover to decisions that are being made in country and in spaces. There's 4 areas that will underpin some of the evidence as well. One around is an absolute commitment for disability inclusion in financing. And this is a huge issue in so many countries. The others is ensuring emergencies and conflict. And that we have quality business engagement, particularly around the workforce and childcare issues. What does it mean? How do we have best practice contributing to this? And the 4th is around impacts around climate. So I'm going to wrap there and just say that this is about, because I can see Professor Ibrahim is recognising your lunch is coming. So I'm just going to say that this is a campaign, but it's also rooted in local action, which is driving commitments around this area. So you can join at the website, you can partner with us. We've got incredible partners already in South Africa who are here, from Smart Start, Alifa and other networks here. And we're building these all around the world so that this is an international piece. And it really reflects the themes of the G20. The solidarity piece is so vital. The equity piece underpins everything in terms of the outcomes we want to see. And then the sustainable development piece, that this has a long-term future that goes from 2027 into the 2030 goals and beyond, and we reach that vision of a decade of early childhood investment that Professor Urban set out at the beginning of the day. So join with us, and I'll be around over lunch because it's coming soon, but thank you for the chance to share this with you all.
There you go, join the movement. It's really nice that it has come after the investment bit by Dr. Ndo. There's your opportunity, and I see that you're largely working with the NGO world, but academia, has anybody, they've joined as well? Other parts of the world or South Africa?
And particularly on the case of the investment, so looking at smart price, cost within action, there's a lot of academia in that process in particular.
Okay.
But also, if it's not, and you recognise it, join up.
Okay.
So it's still early days on that, but we're welcoming partners rather than saying this is all stitched up and done.
Okay, very process. Yes, sure. It's process orientated. It's, well, if you're serious about impact and influence, not just in your small island, but really at a global stage, and using the local to influence what happens elsewhere, then I think it's really worthwhile your time and effort to join this year. And from the themes that you reflected, and I'm sure they'll be expanded as well as you go along with the perspective building, hopefully, lots can happen. And when I was talking about the network of solidarity, these are the kinds of things that are important. And with that, colleagues, it's time for lunch. I know that we took 15 minutes from your lunch, but can I please have you here at 1:30? Thank you very much. Yeah, got it. Great.
provide insight into the moment that we are as a continent.
Mic test. Mic test.
Can drive and usher the continent in the direction that we want to go as a continent. In terms of the development of the skill, the attitude, all elements that really build the building blocks for human development in a sustainable way. It also enables women to participate in the workforce, driving inclusive growth and gender equality. We know that in Africa, we have a lot of manpower that is latent because we have women that have to stay at home because they with the issue of childcare. And of course, we know that there's this whole issue around improving family welfare. When you empower a woman, that also improves the family well-being. But also, we heard this morning about childcare ECD being equalizers, so it's also good for family. And obviously, overall, increased productivity and economic growth. So there is a strong rationale for investment in childcare. I put there, if you see at the end, Imitikula Empanga, this is just a Bemba saying, I come from Zambia, so Bembas, Imitikula Empanga, which simply means small trees are the forests of tomorrow. So this understanding of the importance of the early years actually is even in our African understanding, so because there are all these things that we are faced with, okay? I'm not going to spend too much time here on this one because we do have, I've only got 15, 20 minutes. We know that childcare is the provision of safe, nurturing, and developmentally appropriate care for children. In this context, we are really looking at children 0 to 5 years around the agenda for childcare, particularly children in the earliest years, 0 to 3, when the brain, which is the critical period for brain for brain development. So this whole discussion around childcare actually begins to bring the conversation to this group of children below the preschool entry age. So I just thought I should also highlight that. And this whole agenda, when we talk about childcare, I think it's really informed by the Nurturing Care Framework, which defines the conditions that we need to be able to get early childhood development. So I won't really spend much time here, but I think the italics, what I put in italics, is what is the key message that I wanted to say here, is that what is key is whether the children who are in these diverse childcare settings are being provided with nurturing care, which is essential for attaining the desired child outcomes, even when their parents are not there. So when we begin to bring the conversation around childcare, we're also talking about contexts or settings when parents have to go to work or they have to go into the field, agriculture. Where are these children? And I think that is the conversation that this agenda of childcare brings into the discussion. Okay. Now, the childcare landscape, the childcare context is complex. It's complex because it is being discussed also in a context where there are traditional norms that places responsibility of care on women, mothers, or other female caregivers who have to stay at home, as I said. It is complex because it is being discussed in a context where there are traditional patriarchal systems which entrench the roles of male as providers, as protectors, but certainly not as caregivers. Okay? And then there's limited access to affordable, accessible, organized childcare services. I think we had this morning about the government financing or funding. And the interest and demand from families, even when sometimes, the reasons why most childcare takes place within the home is that families can't afford. They can't afford the high cost. We heard this morning also that, particularly the low-income households and those in the rural settings where there are no services, and where services are available, they come at a cost which people can't afford. So, so that's one of the reasons why most childcare takes place within the home settings. Okay. Then, if we look at the interest and demand for childcare, sometimes even when services are available, parents tend to prefer to leave their youngest children at home because of safety and trust issues. So even as we discuss about scaling up or accelerating issues around childcare provision, we also need to look at some of these hidden factors, which also has an impact on demand. And then we are seeing, though, a changing landscape for women, where there's more participation in the labor market, family structures are kind of evolving, demographic shifts, and this is actually resulting in growing need for alternative childcare arrangements. So over time, we should be able to see greater demand for childcare services. So just a quick overview of what we have found from the work that we've done: factors influencing parents' decision-making on childcare, economic factors, I've mentioned that. Sometimes even parental knowledge and perceptions, the level of awareness of the importance of childcare sometimes may not be where it should be, because very easily parents and people perceive it as natural. What is childcare? Childcare is something that comes naturally. Why should you begin to access services and spend money on childcare when it's natural that you should, And then, of course, the issue of availability and accessibility. And what we found there is that proximity is a key factor to, the proximity of where these services are is a key factor in influencing the decision. And also the flexibility in services, whether the services provide certain flexibility in terms of hours and that kind of thing. Then quality of care is also a consideration that families make. quality and trust of childcare services for children's safety is important. So this whole issue we've been discussing about workforce, skilled and trained staff are the most significant factors in childcare service provision. So in summary, what I'm saying with this slide is that when parents or households making decisions, they weigh the practicalities, cost, safety, and quality of services when deciding childcare services. But an overriding factor influencing parents' decision-making is trust, because these are very small children. Trust in the caregivers, trust in the childcare system. Models of childcare services, what we also found is that most countries actually have mixed models in childcare. Okay, I mean, of course, I've given this example of the Addis Ababa City Daycare Program, which operates with 6 models. But I mean, it's not about the numbers, but I think the point there is about the mixed model. So there's no one size fits all or one model. It's about these diverse models are addressing the different needs of families, you see, and that's why some families find it easier to be in a home setting, others in a community-based, others. But what is key is that they are mixed models. Some services are provided through center-based, some services home-based, community-based, workplace-based, market model, etc. So these are some of the models that we actually finding. And across these models, there are variations in conditions, in the level of support coming through government or through partners, etc. Okay, but the high service fees placed on formal center-based childcare is out of reach for most families. So who have to opt for informal, low-cost services, which sometimes, because these informal, low-cost services sometimes fall out of the purview of quality assurance, monitoring. So usually the services are not good and may even be detrimental to children's development. The policy environment, I just want to speak to that briefly. We've seen growth in the number of countries with ECD policies and move towards integrated frameworks. I think that is clear. That wind of change has come. Now, an increasing number of countries actually now have ECD policies. But the policy priorities on childcare is subsumed in these policies. So in other words, in most countries, we found that most countries do not have standalone childcare policies. So these are kind of embedded in these other areas which receive more focus of governments. You know, a lot of governments have been paying attention to accelerating early childhood education on the continent. So few countries with standalone childcare policies, but they would refer to legal frameworks. So we have this Child Code Act, protection, especially these legal frameworks that protect, that ensures child protection. There's fragmentation because childcare is spread, usually there's no honor ministry. It's spread across different ministries: Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Community Development, Ministry of this and that. So there is fragmentation. When we're talking about childcare, there's fragmentation. Multiple ministries, and which result in gaps in coordination, gaps in policy coherence, gaps in accountability, and even resource allocation, which translates into low investment in childcare programs. Then the other thing is the demanding registration requirements, which is I've put there which is under the policy environment. Sometimes, in some countries, you find that there's demanding registration requirements. You need to make sure that you have to have that, which act as barriers to the providers formalizing services, because they can't afford to establish these centers at that level. So we have to look at how do we accommodate different providers of different strengths, of different capacities. So most informal services are not captured in oversight and quality assurance processes. Okay, and then of course we have this whole issue around family-friendly policies, parental leave, etc., which within most of the African countries we looked at, these have not been topical or have not been issues that are under discussion. Let's now talking about policy to practice implementation gap. There's definitely need to look into the recognition of multimodals. Informal and home-based childcare that support low-income families receive less attention. So most of the attention goes to center-based childcare services. And I think we had that discussion a bit earlier on. But the home-based childcare services receive less attention. Existing policies and strategies do not tackle the gender-specific childcare burden, which limits women's economic empowerment and forces women to stay at home. So there is a heavy gender burden in the whole childcare sector. One, the workforce is made predominantly women who are working in very harsh, low pay, they are not unionized, you know, they are working in a structure which is fragmented and nobody cares for them. And then there is also the gender burden, because the more we don't provide these services, the less women are able to step out into the labor market. So there are policy strategies that do not tackle this gender-specific childcare burden. And then I said childcare workforce, young women are the primary providers of unpaid care work, and it raises the labor rights issues. So, you know, so these, I'm just unpacking these issues. So integration and policy alignment, we've talked about multiple ministries, etc. So I won't spend much time there. Public financing is a major issue, because really there's nothing that, very little comes to childcare. And because it is across sectors, it is even very difficult to track how much is being spent on childcare, because there's a budget under health, the budget under education, the budget under gender, and it's very difficult to put it all together, you know? And of course, even the budget lines are a bit hazy, so which therefore, if you don't have the budget lines, budget allocation in the budget, then you won't get the funding, you know? So public financing requires a national childcare framework strategy, which is also coupled with the kind of financing framework in terms of how you're going to do it. And the national strategy should establish unified service models, ensure look at the regulatory standards and institutional responsibilities. So really this issue around the systems approach. So if we're going to talk about childcare, let's also look at the different levels and the different systems that interconnect to provide quality care. And then leveraging mixed financing approaches. What we have now is there's little or very unclear public financing for childcare, and then you have it coming through partners, you know, external financing, etc. But maybe what we need is to leverage mixed financing approaches, which includes public financing, private sector, external financing, community-based cooperative models. I think we have some experts here in terms of some of these models, social enterprise, etc. So, you know, so it might be also good to look at that. So I just want to make sure that this one I think I've already streamlined registration and regulation, professionalize the childcare workforce, and promote decent work, which is what I. So finally, I just want to maybe end with this slide. Some policy considerations, that 5 policy considerations that can be to ensure that childcare is available, affordable, and of decent quality, and meets the needs of families. 1, expanding access to childcare by promoting diverse types of provision. And I think with this one, we also have to match it with advocacy, awareness creation, you know, because there's still a lot that needs to be done in terms of creating greater awareness on that. Prioritizing childcare coverage, particularly for the most vulnerable families, and ensure low cost and free options are available. So we really need to be deliberate with vulnerable households and families, so that who need it most, in fact, because they are unable to access quality services. Allocate sufficient financing to make quality childcare affordable. We need a childcare strategy or policy, but some overarching framework. We've been talking about multi-sectoral coordination. I think multi-sectoral coordination is always challenging, and there are different mechanisms that countries have been using. But what we need is to ensure that we have a workable, something that works, because from that perspective, I would like to know what is that comes. Thank you very much. Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. So this is five countries. The what I've presented is what the thread that we actually got from the landscape analysis that various issues around childcare in the country, that looked at the farm, that looked at the internship, the parental children, the country, that looked at what are the decision making points for families for young people. Yes, and this is only the point of the sector. So what we have just presented really are the main lines and put across the five countries, essentially. And in each of these five countries, we did have a dialogue. We have used the United reports were presented and we are told starting policymakers. And of course, the expectation obviously is that this would continue the handles. Chapter, so evidence-based advocacy. So I would say it's I think to the fact that
So color issue, my friend. Color issue.
so
There's the color issue. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a color issue. I think it's.
I'm just going to those that are there. This so this is why inside I did say that I think we have to be government has to be deliberate in terms of use the child community of all and have the opportunity and propose something. And also the advocacy for considering a multi-model systems is because families are different, they're in different situations, different levels, and they are accessing certain types of skills in which for within their but is there a way that these services across these different modalities can be supported and brought to a certain level of quality so that it benefits less people?
Might have time for one more question. That's not. It's going to move on. Okay, well, you might need some assistance to put the next slides on, but well, it is my absolute pleasure to announce this our next planning with the policy. Professor who is not going to need any introduction in this room. I think anyway. So that's what I say that one thing is of the no UNESCO which I think is also a very highly recognized internationally and nationally regionally recognized researcher. She's recognized by the Research Foundation as a C1 shape researcher. As you have been newly elected a member of the Academy of Science. So some achievements. She's also has been and is leading company to discussions and research to policy development of the global. She has been very much sharing policy briefs to research over the years. And just I think I see that I will go back to thinking of that too. Is London. Remember that? Yeah. And then of the on East London and actually East London, okay. East London. I think this is really consistent with London and Bible. So we've come a long way. It's 25 and then 14 Jesus and very pleased. So again, we're staying in range of policy and so this is going to in South Africa.
Kind of reality, as I think you are observing in terms of how you constantly activity in South Africa. And
I thought it was this one.
that to join in first national project in 2001. I found the vision in the term, the democratic term. You hear different kinds of terms, including the systems change term. So for us, it was the democratic term, and only that clearly explicitly stated that early childhood is the foundation to a democracy and equality. So of children's rights and this actually entrenches their to basic education, healthcare, security, nursing care. This we don't hear too much about. And we look at the NCF that one of the early learning development areas is identity and belonging. That came about because of the prejudices. South African society. So how do you change that? The curriculum is one of the ways in which you change that. Now, I remember that I was quite, involved in the process of people saying, well, we have social development. And I said, this identity and belonging and social development is going to have other categories of difference. And it's not going to have a look at how to belong in the South African context. And it was quite an exercise to do some convincing. But those are the rationales to say that when in the democratic term requires certain actors and policymakers of the NGO, civil society, which is very strong there, still is very strong. And then in my next bit, I think it's very important to look at the 3 decades of democracy. And last year we had this big, huge celebration, some of you. And I'm calling it our wins, because it was such a complex process to move from where we are to where we are now. And I remember when we started all this process, people said it will take generations before you see something substantive that happens within the society. Question is, are we seeing that kind of shift? Are we proud of what we see? Right? And so what it did was to thematize it in 3 different parts, areas. And the first one was all about getting the policies out there. It's early childhood. And at that time, early childhood was equal to 1 year pre-primary preschool education early. Not much about multi-sectoral and integrated. And during that period, we didn't make the decision to have grade R and 1 year of universal access, right? That contribution came from outside, very powerful ING. What happened was it relegated them to form grade R in terms of community base. So it's very interesting that what give the same to you in terms of multiple markets. That's the case now, because responsive and it has been sort of creating a push against the one-size-fits-all that is exclusion, given our history. And then in the second area, what we started to see is a disabling of center-based provision as the kind of a model to educate children before school. And this is when we have the National Integrated Parent Campaign and looking at vulnerable children and looking at home-based care, looking at neighborhood play groups, looking at clinic-based early childhood provision services and so forth. And so this stimulated the discussion towards this kind of intersectoral response and so forth. And then in the last bit, what we see is kind of a retreat before it, because the South African to do universal access for freedom, and we've achieved. And we did so over a very long time. Okay? And I know the discussions to add another year of peaceful people say, we could take another 25 years to do that. Right? So universal access is a very shameful space. Okay, how do you do it? Do you want to eat on radar? If so, what has been our learning and how do we control value? The other thing that is really important is the function shift. That early learning and early education, I'm talking about not just education in the institution, but education that has been really, really grounded in terms of thinking about early care and education should be. So the function shift from social development early to education for us was a history. Except that we mustn't forget that education has a care component attached to it. And I only say this, and there's sort of doubt with our play-based learning, really, so. What about our relational based, our relational pedagogies, our black to free? And the research that I did on we don't know what to do with things. And I can tell you from stories, because our students are now going into centers for the birth to speed. And they go under the name because maybe they look at the system and register and so on. And so that's something that is significant, the shift. The other aspect is the evidence-based study. So lots and lots of data that we never had before. The question is, what's the quality of the data and how we are using it? And again, that question is the evidence generation. Right? How inclusive is that? Evidence generation. And I know that the where do we pitch in terms of the solution-oriented kind of approach to doing the study? So the study that everything has to be really well in terms of being most appropriate for the kinds of solutions that are scientific thinking. And then I thought the next thing that I would do is share with you what has been an example in South Africa of a policy written. And you can name it any other way, but I think that what I'm going to present convinces you that we haven't done what we should do. So this complex policy of the NERECD, which is the National Integrated Policy, and the possible revisions that have been talked about. I'm putting it within the COVID period, where there were social relief packages, where not forthcoming policy, and you know the story and what happened out there, and kind of created. So here we have this lovely world-class policy, and then process it. Okay? So the challenge because our information ecosystem was not up to speed. It was this sector, that sector, that sector. Didn't happen. And yet some sectors are quite strong, like IMS and the health and education steps and so on. What was very difficult was the monitoring systems that remain underdeveloped, simply because you're working in an integrated multi-sectoral. What does M&E look like? What happens when you take away those boundaries of the sector? How then might we look at M&E? What kinds of frameworks are more appropriate for thinking like? And of course, the outcome, not surprising. It was a systemic weakness that we started to see. And here are some examples. The child hunger started to rise. Okay? Then this one here, on gender-based violence, 3 billion society got locked down in the home. And I remember our president went in one of these briefing sessions and said, we want this to stop. And so looking at all centers and the kind of trauma and ill-being of women that happened during that time was really, really educational for us. And guess what? The narrative continues. And the action isn't appropriate yet for what needs to happen. And then the next one was a closure of the centers. And our research shows that when you look at it in terms of social class dynamics, the ones at the margins are the worst ones that will suffer because they don't have the buffers in place. They survive on a day-to-day basis. Now, what we want to really get you thinking about is, if you have if another pandemic strikes, what are we going to do? Are we going to get into the crisis and then start fiddling and changing, which was the response? Right? So I want you to bear with me as we go on to the solutions and what, if possible, these are just little triggers from the work of this group, especially in terms of what the tenants was talking about. So what I wanted to what really shouldn't go, right? What we don't want. And this is in a piece that a policy brief that contains his fellow authors, which is quite graphic. It tells you that you have a policy and you have a practice. We know you don't. Okay? So how do you justify that you are the knower? It's you secure the best evidence. You do a systematic evidence-based review. Except when you interrogate the evidence, the majority are coming from the global south. Why? Because and that outlet actually favors them because of the early development of the evidence-based sector and the researchers in early childhood. And if you're interested, read the ESSA report, Education Sub-Saharan Africa. And really leading because of our national research system and subsidies and higher education. So it is a portal then for imported evidence. And so you think what works the other side will work here as well. That it is too complex for an uncritical one. So we have uncritical policy modeling. A good example is the failure of outcomes-based education in South Africa. Australian-based, nothing to do with us, very little to do with us, too sophisticated, came at a time when things were very good. So what we're saying here is that if you're going to think in systems, then think systematically about it. This approach, I would say, developing policies based on research evidence, internationally best practice. So we get a golden standard, right? And I know it takes us going to pick up some of the issues that we're talking about. Then we have step 2. We have an implementation strategy from theory to the practice. And then step 3 is a flurry of developing measures and indicators to look at the effectiveness. It has a quality construction to start off with. And then you use indicators based on the conceptual understanding of children. Isn't that damaging to children and families? In the name of making the good thing that you and good experiences, those actions. So the one that is a little bit more maybe, and this is just an example, also from the TAIS team as well, is a secular approach. And you be saying, no, it's not a secular approach, it's more convoluted. Right? So the secular approach, and I'm underlining key words because you can take it out and you can put an appropriate approach for context responsibly. So a secular process that systematically connects and comes back to the policy enabling cycle. So it makes policy a living document. Okay? And then give you one, two to start off. And communities, and especially those that are in poor communities. And the way that we should be thinking about them is that they are agents in whatever context they have the capacity to act. That doesn't mean the government needs to say, really, because what they're experiencing is structural. And the structure, because if the things were right in the system, we wouldn't have this condition. That's what we're. So an adjustment in the conditions are needed, but we need good kinds of processes. So when you are positioning the people that you're working with in communities and you're using a deficit approach, then you're going to use top-down. I know, you don't know, expert knows. Right? But if you do the agency do, and you happen over here, you take a strength-based approach. And it will be participating and it will instruct. Okay? And so you see, I put down young children, so babies, toddlers, all adults. The question that adults are willing to see that. There's a special kind of watching with focus that needs to happen. And then what do we need in this kind of shift in our thinking? I don't know if you can see all the four steps of there, but it goes from and it goes into implementations. You've got the outliers there, push back from the middle. And they all help you to think about the different processes. Come out with, and what I like about the G20 process is it's focusing on lived experience and on dialogue. And that's the way you see again. So keep this kind of circular system when you have the evaluating policy process and the outcomes that it is. And then I thought that the next one would just be to say, okay, so if that's the problem now, top down problem, what should we be doing? The first thing is to remind ourselves, you cannot seek solutions for policy based on your understanding like nothing has changed in your lives. Right? We are living in the VUCA world, the volatile, uncertain, and this one. And so you heard about the poly crisis at different levels. And so one of the things I've been deeply engaged with recently is future studies. The future. Forms. The disciplinary importance of doing that is through possibility thinking. We cannot predict the future, but we can talk about possibilities. Right? So we have to change our language. And I'll give you an example of how we might do it in China. So we need sketches, we need outlines, we need possibilities so that we will have a better sense when the system breaks down. So the question to ask, what would happen to the South African ECD strategy should we have another crisis? So why? Because in the policy today, we crafted the policy as the plan. Of many other possibilities. And maybe that's going to come. And this is where I want to influence differently so that we start expanding. And so here's the example of what we might do. So, and I know during COVID we had scenario plan. Right? Some of you involved in scenario plan. But I want to take this from the future studies and the possibility to take this a little bit further. That we have the red one, the danger zone. Something happens, we lock down, we go into crisis regression. Look at the consequences of it. We've already experienced the closure, the loss of care, the loss of jobs, the loss of employment. To be an agile society that is responsive to whatever comes in this time. And the action zone is an adaptive innovation. We have enough of our NGO sector, for example, that innovate. So if this strikes there, what rapid adaptation mean? How does it happen? What kinds of emergency plans, where to go, who to get, what to do to dispel the situation as quickly as possible? And then partnership, because we have to value community. The process that the policymakers are seeking lies with community. It's at the front line. Okay? So community-based approaches, district-based models, difficult to get with our municipalities and so on. But that's the way to go. That's going to be the biggest kind of response to the frontline problems. And then resilient transformation. And this is what and team are urging us to do. That we cannot have a business as usual approach. Something has to change. Our thinking, and being the T20, We are the ones that are pushing the kind of new behaviors that should happen. So in looking at a resilient transformation, we said, oh, we did have scenario planning, it would look like this, possibility, right? Because prediction is difficult. It's not ice that you can just hold lightly. Hold it. So it's a very delicate situation. So we look at the investments in the infrastructure, scrutinize the budget for infrastructure and how infrastructure is defined. And then the next one is policy evaluation, cross-sector collaboration. We still don't have a body that holds the sectors together. The sector is still functioning with silent, although there is a intersectoral forum and functional. And then here, this one is being talked about quite a bit, universal access and holistic services for equity. And we really want that in terms of what we should do. Let me end with the challenges. Okay? It's for us, please take care. Tick box exercise. And look at the signature. It says that alpha and the beta generation. So from which generation are you thinking about these children? Okay? So it's really, really important that context matters and that we are relevant in how we are thinking in our images of children, families, and the workforce, for example. Because if you've got a kind of and with that, I think that actually the thoughts and every time it is of this, it's a step down.
Test. It's working. It's working. Okay. No. Okay. There is one more question, please.
Thanks a lot. Very expanded which was on and present future But can you share insights with regards to the national development strategy, especially around those mental goals, some of the especially at prayer. And that's that one I checked, since 2012, came to be 2012, up until today. It seems that we've only addressed 1.5 developmental goals. So it's quite concerning. And I want to say people presentation is a scenario model. But that is what is missing everything that we can share your insight around this developmental goals, two chapters of national development. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that I won't be able to do justice to it, but just to say to you, when we shape goals, what is the intention? So when you look at the NDP, the intention for me was aspirational. That we've got 1 year of access, and then if we tag on another year of preschool, we'd have 2 years of access. Just taking that. Except that the complexities that surround these particular goals are not sufficiently looked at in context. So when they were made, yes, the vision was really good. The tracking process and the monitoring process has not been that good. The changed environment to shift the goalposts are still not what they should be like. So my sense is we'll be talking the same story unless we have a different kind of a mindset to approach what we would like to see as the goals. The other thing might be is that, are these really the goals that we want for 2030? I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, I think it's time for us to take like a 5-minute quick break, get some breathe, comfort break, and then we're going to move into the final session for the day, which is a conversation about how we're actually going to make sense of all this and what's the roadmap forward. Thank you. So back here in about 5 minutes. Introducing this conversation about what might be talked about that G20 people decided focusing on early childhood. And I suppose we heard a lot today about children are really at the center of, as we mentioned time and time again today, the global poverty crisis unfolding as we enter close to the second quarter of the 21st century. And was time when I thought it was science fiction. Well, we're actually the first quarter of the 21st century. Yet, sometimes, I think way too often, our responses in early childhood, both policy practice, seems stuck in a sort of 20th century time loop. We work with outdated paradigms, certainties, with its colonial impositions, top down, north south, with our addiction to unlimited growth, to believe, a naive belief in progress as the only possible future, it's changed profoundly. I suppose that raises very urgent questions about future directions, policy, practice, research in early childhood development, care, education, and how to overcome these still dominant paradigms of the universal individual child, for instance, and its development, the paradigm of how decontextualized knowledge is produced, where, how, and who. The paradigm of very simplistic comparison and measurement of disconnected policies and practices. We heard a lot about that today. Quite often seen as a very distinct tools for solving distinct social problems by distinct professions and academic disciplines. But we hear a lot about coming together, collaboration, crossing boundaries, and making that actually systematically our task for the future. So this panel is an attempt at opening a conversation about possible alternatives and opening that up to you, with you. In terms of how we be doing early childhood development in Korea. So, in terms of introducing my two wonderful partners in this conversation, there is Professor Veronica McKay, who is a distinguished professor, Professor Extraordinaria, Professor Extraordinaria at the University of South Africa, very esteemed in terms of global recognition, local and global recognition in terms of her learning and other areas. And we have right next to me Carolina Sevoloni, who happens to be a researcher at the Dublin City University Early Childhood Research Center. We brought her over from Argentina, where she's also a doctoral candidate at the University of San Andres in Buenos Aires, focusing very much on questions of informal early childhood arrangements. And I suppose my first question really to both of you would be to sort of think about the current urgent challenges facing young children. And I think we really just keep in mind we're talking about the youngest children from birth. As seen from your professional and scholarly vantage point, and in your respective local, regional, or geopolitical contexts, so this challenges could you name? Where did you go first?
Okay. Yeah, from our point of view, and I think a lot of the challenges were mentioned earlier today. No least the challenge about the cost of food and the grant. I think our challenge here is that 1/3 of age group attend. Two-thirds of them have absolutely no formal learning at all, no ECD provision at all. And then we spoke about nutrition and health, and you were showing how these are interrelated. And we know from a recent study, it was the UNICEF study, that 27% of children stunted. And yeah, that is it's a cognitive problem as well. So yeah, I'll stop there and then we can carry on. But those are main issues.
Can I just, before invite you, Karina, just to say on that problem of that issue of stunting, I think this is really underscores what we've been talking about today, because from our sort of comfortable global north perspective, you could always sort of easily think, well, that is something that happens in Bangladesh somewhere down the way. But it is one of the key issues affecting children in the United Kingdom, one of the most popular countries in this. So, this is what we need to have that conversation. Go.
Well, I will say that as Veronica introduced, there are too many challenges that children, families, communities are facing today. But I would like to maybe focus on your reflection regarding the ones I will say are the main today. That for me are inequalities and policy from an Argentinian perspective. So the main challenge I would say that is that our upbringing system is broken. When I'm talking about our upbringing system, I'm thinking, I mean the network within families, communities, the states, the social organizations, the private sectors that allow children and families to have access to all the resources that they need to actually grow and develop in their full potential. And so to put a few numbers on there, more than half the family with young children are living in poverty in Argentina. Around 53% of households with children do not have sufficient income to purchase the goods and services they need for their upbringing. This means that they don't have access to clear water, decent housing, and proper services. And if they are lucky, they are having one meal per day. So just between the last 3 years, between 2022 and 2025, the proportion of low-income families with children increased around 15%. And here is where I think policies and the things that we have been talking about come into account, because the current state of the public policies for early childhood in our context, I know that happen in other contexts, reproduce these existing inequalities. Our system is really disarticulated and fragmented in a federal countries, really unequal countries, so that means that this circle of inequalities is reproducing. And this results in really large areas and families without coverage, duplication of services in other cases, and unclear operating rules. For example, while only 36% of children aged 3 to 4 in poor households have access to early childhood education, this number rises to 76% in all the households with higher incomes. As you said, Veronica, when you go to the earlier salaries, 0 to 3, we are talking about the household income, but we're talking about in between the 10% and maybe the 30% taxes. So it's really so briefly, I will say that the main challenges that children, families, communities are facing today regarding early childhood is our inequalities and how our fragmented systems are exacerbating that inequality.
Thank you. I mean, this is, we're mapping out the challenges, and I think one of the important is that we see how the challenges actually connect globally. Standing comparison saying that how does South Africa compare to Argentina, to Belgium, to whatever, but also to really look much more closely in more detail into the sub-national and into the sort of the challenges and inequalities and inequities and disparities within countries and between groups. And we know that we can address that. We heard examples today, and we all work in that space. So we know that early childhood policies must be multi-sectoral in order to be effective. I mean, resulting in better, more just, and more equitable outcomes for all children, regardless of their background. But still, we're talking about policies addressing services for young children, and their families and communities are fragmented. They sit in distinct policy silos, responsibilities distributed across various levels of government. We heard the examples today. So I'm interested to hear from you, actually. Could you talk about your experiences in crossing professional and policy boundaries? And perhaps what are the necessary factors that enable multi-sectoral coordination and policy?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll start this discussion by going back to some of my national experience previously in the South African literacy campaign. And those of you in South Africa will remember the Karindi campaign, where we had to reach 4.5 million people for literacy. And to pull off something like that, it had to be every day of my life. I needed to cross professional boundaries, to cross policy boundaries, and to cross multi-sectoral boundaries. I had to work across sectors. And today, when we listen to the discussions, you can hear very clearly that the sector does cross boundaries. There isn't a way that we will tackle what we're hoping to tackle unless we're bold and we are able to work across boundaries. ECD or ECE can't be delivered by one single department. It's too vast. The policy would be multi-sectoral and the practice would need to be collaborative. And I know Hasina is wanting a bottom-up practice, and it's something that we can consider. When I worked with the literacy campaign, I needed joined-up government. It had to be joined up intersectoral practice, which could feed upwards and downwards and horizontally, because I see in the sector there isn't even a lot happening horizontally, because the educators, the practitioners aren't organized. So there isn't that horizontal movement either. We worked with a policy planning framework, and although it was national, we worked locally. We rooted our work in local communities. So we used communities, community-based organizations. We used stokvels, we mobilized the taxi associations. We worked with women's groups, with chiefs, with NGOs. We mobilized volunteers. We had practitioner organizations, and then we relied on clinics, community health workers, faith-based organizations, libraries. Libraries are really important. They can have toys. There's a lot they can do, and we need to push libraries. We used SESA, I'll talk about SESA in a while. The disability sector, we mobilized the disability sector. We are looking here at children with disabilities. And then we use the media, both the national media, and that's very important. We're having programs with practitioners, and we would be doing them as universities presenting. And then community-based radio stations, community media is also very. So the sector, what we did was we allowed teachers or practitioners to talk, to present best practice. Because they weren't organized, it started to give them an identity, an organized identity. And maybe I'll stop now, and can I carry on?
It's just interesting to listen to you. It sounds really exciting. Like a lot of activity, a lot of people engaging, doing things, and finding their voice in all this. I'm interested in, I mean, it sounds exciting, but it also sounds like an awful lot of work and investment, and you have to keep pushing and doing it every single day. Suggestions in terms of what factors could make this more sustainable, how would we frame policies that enable that to happen on a sustainable basis?
We did establish an inter-ministerial committee that worked because we needed it. So we did have we included in that, we had basic, in those days we had both basic began. We had health and social development, national treasury, important for women, youth, and disabilities, an important partner, and we often forget that. We're talking about GDP and other issues, and so they become an important partner. We worked with Home Affairs because we needed to know who we had on the program, and in Department of Communication, and also planning and monitoring and evaluation. With the whole social cluster, we did work with them, and we were able to drive our policy through those kinds of negotiations. If they each have representatives that you can work with, it could happen, and you could put pressure on them for delivery. ECD today is very fragmented in this country. It's very fragmented, but the sector does rely on other sectors. So, just in terms of workforce planning, you need DHET, we need the CETAs, we need, I'm just trying to think, the number of government departments that you need. You also need your own advocacy, and you need your own strength within the subsector. And SAS here becomes quite important. That's the South African grant system for indigent children. Why I say they're important is that at the moment is the only database that we have in the country that tells us who the poorest children are. Because I think these are the children that we are wanting to target. It tells us exactly which children need stimulation, nutrition, their parents might need some support in caring for them. And what that SASA database could do is help us to identify who needs early learning, play groups or whatever form, what carers could be trained. We spoke earlier, Matsuru and I, that it might not always be the mother, because often mothers go away to work, so it could be the grandmother, but who could be trained for stimulation, what kind of screening for health, nutrition, disability, and developmental delays that might be needed, and when possible, even to link with the National School Nutrition Program, because these early child centres or whatever kind of home-based, they do need to be linked with nutrition, and nutrition, everybody that talks about the sector talks about nutrition. So the data does exist. It's how we can access that data. Matsuru was saying the data needs to be overlaid with other data, and maybe later in the question time we can talk about that. But rather, and what we did with Karipuri was we took the service to the target group, rather than expect your target group to navigate a very fragmented sector. Stop putting things.
So it sounds like coordination was central. It sounds like coordination was central in this activity, in this project. And a lot of coordination was done by you and your team, bringing all these different actors together. It was done in a, as I understand it, I don't know enough about it, in a large-scale national project. Do you have any thoughts about how this might be moved? Could we think about moving your experience out of a project environment into some sort of more permanent?
Okay,
what would it look like?
that is very important to grow from project. Although our project was 4.5 million people, to grow from project to policy, and that is where you have the basis of what happens, you have the basis of what you need, and how now you get this policy to work and cuts across all the subsectors, and you have very important subsectors within the childcare space. So it's a matter of bringing those structures together, plus the voices of practitioners. And just as an aside, in the last 2 weeks, I've been doing a survey with grade R teachers. And we sent out the survey, and there are about 6,000 to 7,000 teachers on the ground. And I was hoping for a 10% response rate. We got 7,500 responses. That sector needs to talk. They want their voices heard. And so, you can tap directly. If the sector is slightly organized, you will be able to get their voices. And just for the grade R practitioners, and many of them, those in grade R practice, which is the preschool, there are many that are qualified, that have formal qualifications. But there are many that don't. And when you tap into their aspirations, what their challenges are, how they feel about the work, there's a lot that those voices can be reflected in policy. Policy has to be aligned, it has to capture those voices. And I was saying, when I did my first presentation in the DBE on it, that the passion there, such passion amongst those grade R practitioners, whether they qualify or underqualified. They describe their work as these little angels. You never hear teachers talk about the angels. How these angels from their hearts, how committed they are to these children. It's amazing to see. And I was quite impressed that 11% of my sample came from UNISA. But they were not grade R trained, they were foundation-based trained. But really, it is a sector that runs on passion because they're not earning back, they're hardly earning. And it's a passionate sector that you can really work with and get insights for policy. And I'm not talking about those that are formally organized, but you will find in your community-based organizations and in community spaces, similar voices that can enrich your policy. You have to ground your policy in what is happening on the ground.
Thank you. Let's cross the Atlantic. Experiences focus on crossing boundaries, silos.
So your question, Matthias, was regarding factors that enable multi-sectoral collaboration and multi-sectoral policy making. So probably I want to share 3 things, maybe more, but let's talk about 3. That in the past few years, as I see community in South America, we have agreed on that are the things that we need to face in order to actually move forward in multi-sectoral policies and collaboration. And I think these are there are a few overlaps with what the colleagues bring today. First thing is the understand that the development of public policies that needs to be multi-sectoral needs to strengthen the exciting local networks. What I want to be here is that yes, we don't have a multi-sectoral policy nowadays in most of our countries. In South America, in a few years, maybe Colombia will rise and many examples. But we should not reinvent everything from the scratch. In our territories, in our local territories, in our communities, there are already incipient experiences of coordinating work, from which I understand that multi-sectoral policies need to and should be developed. Second, Hasina has talked about this also, the development of multi-sectoral information and data systems, planning and for monitoring our public policies, both at the central and the local level, is really needed. And the latter remains to be for us one of great limitations. And basic issues, for example, just identifying the cover gap or even the overlapping provisions between sectors can be addressed today. So the intersectional and the collaborative work required for that is required for the development of multi-sectoral policies really needs data systems that really allow us to support and strengthen international coordination and decision making. And then another thing that appears today also is that we need to place, we need to develop an intersectoral coalition with political leadership at the national levels. You say this, Matthias, at the early beginning of this event, where the state, the community, the private sector, the community organizations all came together. And I think this is really important to preserve the resources for early years in the budgetary support that early year we have at the national level. And it's one of the reasons why our policies like to actually move from the paper to better results. And then another thing I would like to mention, at the academia, at the research level, in between the think tanks, I think that in all operations today we're facing really complex and sensitive times. Growth boundaries, as you said in the other way too, is I think we need to have more dialogues to really sit down at the same table with the different sectors, with the different disciplines. And I think that that's critical. The group that we have been developing in the last 8 years in the context of the T20 that have been introduced today, I think it's a clear example that can be done. And also explain why it would be nice to have the commitment to all of us to follow our work, to support our work.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good example because a bunch of people that came together from 2018 to begin to occupy policy space. And we are we are advocates, we are former ministers of education, we are policy leaders. And we come together in our exchange globally to produce these frameworks and recommendations. So I think there are ways of doing this. I also thought, just you mentioned a really important point about the region, and sort of not to address everything always from the national level, which is critical. We need national legislation, frameworks, accountability, resourcing, and all that budgets. But you also need to mirror that in the national state. And I think some will see some of the more policy approaches actually towards multi-sectoralism in a way. They manage this mirroring, so they introduce a national structure, coordination, which usually has to be, usually works better if it's really high up, as we heard. You can't just leave the coordination to 4 or 5 ministries who all have the same sort of, but you need to go over. We see these structures working, but we also see that most countries have replicated that structure at the territorial and state level, or provincial level, whatever the situation is, and at the local and municipal level. So the policy priorities change over time. As elections happen, things change. It's much more difficult to undo these structures at many local levels. So that's really interesting. But I think Sweden is going back. Moving on to this forum, we're all early childhood activists and specialists and advocates, but we're having this conversation officially within the framework of an official engagement group, T20, that provides policy advice to countries. Sent up to Johannesburg next week. From your point of view, what is the possible role, the potential of such a global multilateral forum to support, sustain these ideas that we're talking about?
I'll try that one. I think that by feeding what comes out of the T20 to the G20, we're firmly placing on the international agenda, okay, the importance of context-specific, context-responsive sector with the trained, educated workforce. Okay. At the moment, training is quite fragmented. It's across the training pathways. They don't. We need to look at those very carefully, and that is definitely will be on the G20 agenda. And I certainly know the working group that I'm working on professional development looks at learning pathways for educators. At the moment, ECD training is very fragmented. It sits across universities, the Tibet college sector, NGO sectors, community provided, and it's done with limited coherence and limited resources. Okay, very limited resources. And there's virtually no possibility of CPD training for that. So short learning courses from universities targeting that particular sector. I think that is one of the points that would be on government agenda. It would also look at issues, for example, recruitment and training, that's aligned with system needs, with geographic spread, because you find the closer you are to a city, the better your better resourced and the better the services are, and the further you go, the systems fall apart. So that could be one. And how do you focus on underserved areas? I think all countries have that problem. I know, for example, India, with its large outreach, and further in China, with their massive, their massive systems look at something like that. And then linguistic learning. Mother tongue learning is at that level, and to build language at that level. And that definitely would rise. And then looking at in schools, the ratio of teachers or learners to teachers, important to have smaller. You find some of these classes with 60 kids in and one person, and you can't. I mean, you couldn't look after your own 3 children at home, So to try and manage that. With stability, that it becomes a provision of choice, and that people stay and they retain, that they are treated with the dignity that educators need to be treated with. I think that is definitely looking at teacher satisfaction, looking at teacher well-being, teacher wellness, and then looking at the systems and sort of on all the different systems, because we can work from the number of births, we can work from the geographic spread to be able to predict supply needs and geographic needs, but we don't have these kinds of prediction tools available. So I know for sure that would be your part of the G20 recommendations. Thanks.
Yes. So
I've lost my voice too.
no worries. So when thinking of the potential of the spaces like the G20 and also the T20, I think Matthias frame is a space policy development and the development of a global shared understanding of the SDG as a global common good. And I think that for that, cross-regional conversations are crucial. So I would like to reflect on the things that South America can especially bring to our global conversations, these spaces, and I think first, in this context that we have been saying, the poly crisis and the crisis, that this is our new normal. And first is our deep knowledge and experience to understand the crisis. Because actually, for us, the crisis is not something new, it's been for years, so I think that's one of the things. The second one is the experience and knowledge to find and develop resilient and culturally responsible local solutions to face the crisis. Here is where I think that bringing the social organizations into our conversation is fundamental, because at least in our region, they are mainly the ones that together with communities and families have been developing these solutions in, I don't know, the 80s, when this circle of social and political crisis processes in the region. And thirdly, the communities have capabilities to understand and defend its as a whole. I think that the recognition, of well-being and the realization of the fundamental rights of every child is still missing at the national level, and I would say that at the global level too. It's a common sense in most of our communities. So I think that we need to learn that from them to be able to address the existential crisis that we are facing and we're going to face. So these are the things that makes it I would like to highlight.
Thank you. And this is the message that I take from here to when I go back to my European Commission working group, for instance, because we really believe that it is high time that we have these cross-regional conversations and that very attentive, very to the experiences that have been made in the past war. Before I let you go and open up for contribution, question, could you, we know if we don't have a place at the table, decisions are made about you and for you, not with you. So, in 3 words, what can be done, what can we do to keep early childhood on the agenda and global policy too?
I have 4 bits.
Let's see.
Yeah, I want to end with a thought, and I'm talking to all of us, that every child's future is written long before they ever hold a pencil. Okay, long before. And it's our responsibility, all of us and the broader sector, to ensure that what is written is not determined by their poverty, by their geography, by their circumstances, or by the limited opportunities that they have. We really need to keep this the agenda.
Yeah.
3 words.
Yes, 3 words, I choose 3. And the first, I think these 3 words yesterday. I'm saying this because I think there are a lot of connections with the reflection I we have been taking today. And they are cooperation, solidarity, and commitment. And I think of this in 2 ways. Firstly, one that may sound really simple, but I think it's not nowadays. That is, I think that we really need to focus on keeping our cooperation and our voices alive in spaces like the G20, like the G20, like here in this side event. We are facing really sensitive and complex moments, and you have described in studies today. We have said had poverty and immigration, massive cuts in our government structures, particularly in Latin America, where ECC has been especially affected, and gender policies have been directly taken out from the agenda. So I truly believe that continue producing dialogues on policy evidence-based research is fundamental and maybe not for today because there is the ways to make that happen, but for sure for the future, our religion for commitment in real public policies. So what I'm trying to say is that our commitment to keep in these spaces, to keep sharing information, it's fundamental. And secondly, I think that it's important to keep ECC the global policy agenda, but also represented with a wide range of voices from different regions, strength international cooperation, solidarity, not charity, as we have done today, is maybe more needed. We're facing a context where funding, research, collaboration, and exchange have been massively done, so countries in different regions. So the only way that I have seen, honestly, to still have that voices in the global policy agenda, particularly from South America, is with cooperation and solidarity.
Thank you. To open this up, and I'd really love to hear from you, your thoughts about the day, your questions to our panelists, your comments, your thoughts. And there is one from here. Get your microphone.
Culturally and contextually relevant policy programs which is particular important one today. Your comments about how important mother instruction is really brought those two things together for me. I recently did research in mental health in Joburg, the autistic law. One of the things was it's not just South African languages, African languages. There is not one unifying language. So classically take into consideration parent preferences, which in other cultures, I think it's easier but it's an example of we are not sure how work on the metro local level. What are some ways that how do we, what are the ways that we can address those policy gaps? We know that that's there, but in work for population.
I don't have an answer for that, but I was recently in schools in Soweto, for example, and there is a service school and there's a student hall, and so possibly that, but I mean, you just don't have the population density catered for children. But there would be a lot of them on daycare centres where the language would be the local language. And often in content, people speak more than 5 languages, I do know that. So one teacher could possibly cater the code switching.
Too hard. It's too hard. Well, thank you very much. My appreciation focus is on great development, development, and so forth. We see a situation where we go beyond that and begin to spotlight the biology and the social, psychosocial aspect of it. And I'm intentionally because I see that if that hormone that regulates emotions is not being nurtured at a tender age, people grow up heavy anger issues. That is why there are so high level of anger in this country. It's because we are not conscious or not amplifying the biology and the psychosocial aspect of nutrition. So I just want to check what would be your thought of that, because there is a direct correlation between nutrition and the violence that we are seeing in schools, now of late in other ECG facilities across our communities. But this question is not directed to you boys. It's just an open question. I will invite Prof. Matthias, I will invite Prof. Masina, and everyone who want to comment them. Thank you very much.
I'll pass this on to our panelists. In the privileged position not having to answer that question. But if I understand you right, it's a question about holistically addressing children's rights and needs instead of sort of separating them out and saying, okay, let's do some education programming, let's forget about this. Who wants to take that?
I agree totally with what you say. Yeah, it's social justice to food.
Because we all have initial memories. And so I think that's really very nice. But I'm going to say that the landscape is psychological indicators, because it's like yes, what is and is it there's often not simply the problem, that's the point. So skepticism that regard. And I think the last 10 years that we've had the system that we have been so connect consequences with the DPNP. I think that we actually missed the boat, so to speak. Generated so that is all we need we are trying to address. Just be a data exchange. Often many of my colleagues probably don't know how to use data correctly and yes, that's a big area where we should be looking at simplicity building. And then you have a point you're making about child support program. But we have particularly seen. And so we have to be mindful of how we stand for that family. And people who are playing on the Western Cape, everyone like that. But actually, the populations have increased, exponentially. And then in terms of demography, of course, that's very, because of migration, other reasons as well, different family years. And also that migration change children are different. And so again, because of that, we think about that. And then to another point, which is probably not that popular, government does well policy instruments. The CSG, I mean, even during COVID, the SRD, I mean, the people do that. Engaging people and agency. And the question is, how does one bridge that gap? Agency. So I think that we need to is responsible for we have obligations to consider these people in the country. And so I think some things translates the discussion about history, challenge. We
you. Briefly introduce yourself.
We as leaders to the actions, in the development field for three more decades. So when we started working in this field, I was so excited about getting more for our children because is very good research that and I was as young as my colleagues now and how did you see this story I started reading this office we are still we're still the same human beings. Are still the same educators that know what the child needs. What we still after, especially in South Africa, talking about these groups issues of the pre-decade. Stand out to the It's 12, maybe, can we do this? Application was published. The title was Weeks of Opportunities. Sports. Question. Why are struggling with IT and sorry. It went to like this. I'm all on the whole. How is wrong. So do you have any restrictions on this? You replace it on the 20 China, except a month or 50 years old. In both lives, people yes, so organic countries. Yes, same issues. Yes. I use of now mothers on pig or skin. What is it? On the stand of silver, she said, stay with me, and I'm going to give that to you today. Sus-tainable is something that we can see on paper. I'm still on this. I just wish
Thank you for that. Well, observation, for your experience, for sharing it with us. Maybe I'm going to try and sort of at least relate to that. Let's try that way. I think, first of all, yes, I agree. I've been working in this field for many years. Get to these moments where you think, oh no, it's coming around again and again. Did we not have that discussion in 19 something? So, but I think I've come to an understanding saying actually, this is probably the way it is. We're going to have to continue the struggle, the energy, we're not ever going to solve this and say, no, there, done. So I think, yeah, the lucha continua in a way. So I think that's one way of looking at that. But there's also, I think, much more way of framing this in structural, institutional, epistemological ways that we probably haven't done well these 30 years. In terms of building consensus that we know, oh, early childhood is really important, and the first 1,000 days and the brains and the windows that close. But we do build on the compassion and the commitment of early childhood educators everywhere, for qualified ones, people in the community, I think we have not been good making that commitment and broad agreement into that hard policy arena. I don't mean policy ambition, frameworks, guidances, but legislation. In terms of sort of frameworks that are actually accountable. And I suppose my interest in this work and to discussing it in forums like the G20, is to bring that conversation out of an uncharted space into a space where people actually sit at the table, talk about global finance, talk about fair taxation, talk about streams of money, and talk about accountability. And I think it's probably not an answer to your question, but I think there is a lot of things that we can bring to that table as an early childhood community, but I think there are also a lot of things that we need to actually learn to do better as an early childhood community. So I'm not yet prepared. That's what you call it.
Okay, because Karina, I've had exactly the same trying to get adult education going, and it's partially there. But with regard to early childhood development, I'm for the last 20 years been moving between university and government. And for the first time now, I'm really seeing commitments. I don't know if any, Joshua, you here, I'm telling you here. For the first time now, I see that something is going to happen. And I see it in a very positive way. So maybe it takes 30 years. I'm still waiting for adult education.
Okay, so maybe on that note, thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you very much to you. I think it's my time to now go officially close our discussion. Thank you very much. Rosina and I will close our session and making an executive decision here. We had prepared a short presentation of 57 slides, per day. We might just skip that. Thank you very much for your contributions, for your thoughts, for your commitment, and let's keep on keeping on. Thank you.